Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, gang. How's everybody?
Good
Good morning,
morning,
all.
panel.
Getting ready for the jobs report. Stock futures are mixed to flat. NASDAQ is lagging a bit coming off a sell-off in semiconductors Wednesday. Worth noting the South Korean Kospi was really slammed
Yeah.
overnight on those same concerns, down nearly 8%. But it seems like this morning everyone has their eyes glued to this big monthly jobs report and what that's going to mean for Fed policy. But there is a lot of news out there. Shai, what are you tracking?
All right. For once, all quiet on the Iran front, although traffic is still hobbled through the strait. Again, tech stocks you mentioned earlier. We had equities fell in a rather large sell-off overnight as chip stocks spread as they chip stock sell-off spread to South Korea, reviving concerns the blistering rally in artificial intelligence shares this year may have gone too far, too fast. The MSCI All Country World Index dropped 0.3%, with South Korea's Kospi, as you mentioned, down as much as 8.3%. We also have what looks like perhaps maybe a yen intervention. We won't know right away, but the yen strengthened sharply against the dollar overnight amid rising speculation that the currency's continued weakness may prompt a fresh round of intervention by Japan. That said, it did rise as much as 1% against the greenback, but that the currency has trimmed its advance. Traders are heavily short the yen market, some options pointing to 165 and all the way to 170. But it does look like we might have had an intervention there. Now, so OpenAI apparently has begun preliminary discussions about giving the U.S. government a 5% stake in ChatGPT. This was reported by the Financial Times. I guess Sam Altman, the CEO, obviously, and other executive proposed that a move as part of a broader arrangement under which Washington would hold 5% of each of the leading U.S. AI developers. That could include Anthropic, Google, Meta, and Meta, but it's unclear as of now whether those firms would agree to such a proposal. But we do know Donald Trump has expressed interest in the government taking equity holding stakes in leading AI firms via a government-run wealth fund that would redistribute some of the financial windfall to the public. So keep an eye on that. I have mentioned this over and over in the morning. I said, we have been very lucky for the crude oil market that we had a release of the SPR globally, and we saw China pulled back almost by 50% some of their purchases. About 4 to 5 million barrels per day. But I keep saying if it gets cheap enough, I think they'll start buying again on the open market, and it seems that is happening. I know it pained them to dig into their own SPR. They do not like doing that. So we do have China's independent refiners are taking advantage of cheaper Middle Eastern oil after flows accelerated through the Strait of Hormuz. They've snapped up barrels from Saudi Arabia and Iraq and UAE. So keep an eye on that, because if that demand returns, which everybody said was not going to return, that could put upward pressure on prices. So we'll keep it at that. It seems that we have NFP today. The guesstimates there are, we have quite the spread. We have 25,000 from Citibank, and the highest came from Bloomberg at 200,000. So sounds like a coin toss. At that median survey is 113,000. As far as data is concerned today, at 8:30, of course, change in non-farm payrolls, private payrolls, initial jobless claims, continuing claims, and, of course, unemployment rate. And then at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we have factory orders, durable goods, and cap goods. The whole show, obviously, is going to be this morning at 8:30.
Yeah. There's been buildup for this coming for some time now. Craig, is your sense, are treasuries going to set the tone today? Is that where we're going to see the most reaction? Uh, and sort of what kind of number do we need to see to actually move the market?
Yeah, I mean, Shai mentioned this big range between 25 and 200. Yesterday, the private survey from ADP came in a little bit lower than expectation, but the other private survey from Revelio Labs, which is an AI data source, which the Fed is looking for more AI data sources, came in at 269,000 to the upside. And so with a big driver of that being government jobs. And so we'll see. I mean, I think the labor market really here has been pretty stable to stronger than expected and is forcing the Fed to really think more about its inflation mandate. And so my sense is that's why half the committee is looking for a rate hike at some point this year, because inflation continues to run well above target and the labor market is showing stability, if not positive momentum. So if we got a larger than expected payroll number again today, something as high as 200,000, like Bloomberg seems to suggest, hiring from the World Cup, lag in the month of June, there'll be more talk about the potential for a rate hike as soon as the July meeting. Now, Warsh was at Sintra yesterday in Europe, kind of giving broad comments about his outlook and really didn't reveal much. And, it seems like every question about forward guidance he has decided to throw in the garbage, much to the chagrin of, some of the reporters who are continue to ask. But he did mention, a pretty robust view about growth and what AI can bring to the growth table, and did acknowledge that it's more likely to be inflationary first and deflationary later. And so to the extent that inflation continues to run above target and the labor market remains strong to quite strong, if we got something as high as 200,000, the rate hike expectations are going to re-enter. Treasuries would sell off. I suspect we would see the front end, yields move reasonably higher. Probably would see a curve flattener. I don't know how much the long end yields would really, rapidly move higher. But you're right. I think treasuries are going to set the tone for today. And, yesterday we saw the first of the month flows kind of come in there. I think that helped keep the market okay overall, despite the semi weakness. And then overnight, obviously, the bludgeoning that happening in Korea, the AI story, the leverage around these names, the ETF rebound, leverage ETF flows are massive, and so we're getting this wild whipsaw action kind of daily now, and I suspect that's going to continue no matter what the payrolls are today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of action makes for some opportunities for traders, especially really short-term traders. But you've got to stay on your toes. Before, just to dig in on the labor market for a second, and Craig, I'll ask you, but Shai and Jim certainly chime in. I had a bunch of conversations with people this week, and the one thing I was surprised at almost across the board, no matter what I thought they were going to say going into it, is that people are looking at a resilient labor market. There's so many concerns about AI wiping out jobs, and it felt like it was right around the corner, especially when the software sector got decimated. And you sort of expected a steamroll to start, going through jobs, not just the equity market too, and just sort of widespread layoffs. Hasn't really happened. And if anything, people are telling me that they're seeing signs of strength underneath. Why is that so important when it comes to inflation, in terms of what sort of, I don't want to use the word transitory, but what might be temporary impacts from something like Iran? If it starts to creep into the labor market, that worries Fed officials way more, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, yes, the labor market has been more robust than expected. The question is, what's the wage market doing, right?
Yeah.
And so are wages really following? And I think what we're seeing here is we're seeing, a full employment market, but not really much in the way of wage growth momentum, right? And so I think what's happening is you're getting the benefits from AI, you're getting some hiring slowdown, and that's taking some of the heat off the boil. And so the idea of what the Fed worries about, this wage price spiral dynamic where labor markets are tight, wages go up, prices go up, wages go up more, that dynamic doesn't really seem to be in play here, despite the strength in the labor market. And so I think the Fed would be very sensitive to that. They started to see more momentum with wages moving higher. That would concern them. I don't sense that's really the type of labor market we're in right now. It seems like what we're getting displacement still at the white collar, high income level, and we're getting strength at the lower level services, blue collar level. And so that wage gap, you're kind of, laying off six-figure earners, hiring low five-figure earners. And so the overall wage momentum is not really there, but anyone who wants a job can get a job. And so that dynamic doesn't worry the Fed as much as what would, a very tight labor market with wages moving higher would worry them a lot more.
I think I just want to add, I think what's really interesting is everybody has been worried kind of about the labor market because of AI. We are seeing companies who laid off workers citing AI are actually rehiring. Ford came out this week and said they are rehiring all the people they laid off for AI because it was not working out as anticipated. So kind of interesting to note and something to watch if that trend continues.
Yeah,
down
score
here,
one for the humans, I guess.
Yeah, down here, I mean, they're building data centers down here somewhere between Savannah and Charleston, left and right, and there's a huge amount of folks coming down for these jobs. I mean, it's the whole Beaufort area down there. These are places that are going to be developing, growing, and there's, this from boots on the ground point of view, there's a lot of these new positions that are being developed because of all this.
Yeah. Well, that's encouraging, but it's why we were paying such close attention to the jobs report and why markets are so laser focused on it, because it is going to be really important for the Fed, I think, to try to sort through all of that. We've got a couple questions coming in about CL. Jim, I don't know if you saw that in the chat, but StreamSide watching that, MEA asking, did CL fill the gap on your end?
Yeah, I mean the Crudele gap
filled the gap on mine.
Yeah, it filled the gap. The gap is filled on that wartime gap that we were referring to. Was definitely filled, and crude oil is down again this morning. I mean, we're where are we at right now on crude? We can talk about that a little bit more on the Edge report. 67.25 right now, and it's just kind of trickling. I hate to use the word trickling when I'm talking about crude, but it just keeps trickling lower. There's that gap that I have on my chart anyway. We blew through that, and we're going. The yearly open, remember, guys, was 67.41. So we're at pre-war prices right now, and then that yearly open, it seems like a pretty far distance, but on any given Sunday.
Yeah. Tracy, Lucky Dog saying no one should be selling under 70. Is there a sense of where support is? You're talking about the Strait being hobbled. There are reports that Saudi tankers are getting through. Does it seem like there's more downside pressure, or does it feel like there's pretty firm support somewhere around these levels that you guys are talking about? How are you guys viewing this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is firm support. My kind of target for this downside move was 67.07. The low was 67.04. I would watch this area carefully. Also, no, it's a long weekend, and traders might not want to be short into a long weekend because weekends just so happens when things kick off between the U.S. and Iran. I'm sure it'll be resolved by Sunday night, but that said, I'm not sure how short people want to be into this market. And we are hitting these levels where sentiment level is off the floor. We are hitting some seasonal demand, seasonal moves. We talked about that yesterday, or Larry Williams talked about that yesterday. And my seasonal study suggests the same thing. And so, I think we need to keep an eye on this, and particularly all the other fundamental reasons. Again, if we see China back to their normal purchases and all of these other countries starting to restock, that could, kind of put upward pressure on price, because we still aren't going to have the strait still not firmly open, and we still need production from these countries back up to normal.
Yeah, from a technical point of view, too, keep in mind we're below the 250-day simple moving average. And that's not unique necessarily, but when we do trade below that 250-day, a lot of times crude does go sideways for quite a bit of time.
All right, it's certainly going to be one to watch, and I think you're spot on talking about those strategic reserves, right? It's not just China. I mean, everyone, even if they didn't have one, seems like they want to be able to cushion against what are just now unpredictable supply chains. So that's going to be something that I know you're going to be tracking, Shai. It's going to be really important, I think, because at the very least, you've got some, some buyers, some consistent buyers in the market. The U.S. has to refill theirs too, right? So it's something to, I think, keep an eye on. Someone's asking, I don't know if we'd have the answer to this. Do we get revisions out as well today with payrolls?
Yes, we do. We'll get
Sorry,
the prior 2 months revision.
Yeah, people forget about that because it doesn't always come right out in the headlines, Craig, but that kind of matters, right? You want like the trend of months, including revisions, to get a sense of what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think, what we get a couple times a year is we get these broader kind of, 6-month revisions kind of looking back. And so we're not getting that today. We're getting kind of the regular,
the regular
2 month,
the 2 months,
the regular.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of last month and the prior month. And so, but you're right. We want to see the pace of labor momentum. And so we have been running an economy that has been above inflation for north of, 5 years. And we've been doing so with a labor market of varying degrees of strength, and it appears as though the labor market now, although fears of slowdown early in the year have really dissipated, there's potential for reacceleration. And so, are we moving away from kind of a balance of risk to one of inflation risks are more timely than risks of the labor market? And if we do shift in that direction, the bar for the Fed is going to move into the direction of thinking more about hiking rates than not. So, like I mentioned earlier, half the committee looking for one or more hikes this year, but the other half not. And so, if we got another strong labor print, you could be seeing some of the doves who don't want to move, kind of getting pulled in that direction. Towards realizing that the economy really, monetary policy is not really providing much restraint at this point. Policy isn't restrictive enough to really bring inflation back down to target. I mean, the Fed's looking at core PCE for the end of 2026 at 3.3%. Last I checked, the target was 2%. And so if the labor market is robust, we're going to start to, get more calls for rate hikes in order to slow this down.
Anybody think we're going to get a July rate hike? If there's a strong number today, does that significally increase the possibility of that?
We're 18% on Kelshi, by the way.
For that,
so,
right?
Well, yeah. It's 36% is what they're factoring in right now. Now, I don't think we're going to actually get a July hike whatsoever, but the market is starting to factor one in, and that date keeps moving up, and September's almost a for sure. So we'll have to see what exactly this number does. Of course, if we get a hot print, that is going to be a market mover for certain.
Thankfully, because we got the midterms, right? So, like the idea, if you could avoid hiking around the midterm, the closer you get to the midterms, and if you're hiking, I know everybody says it doesn't matter. I just talked to Claudia Som. She said it doesn't matter. If you start playing that game, you're toast as Fed. And yet, you have to imagine with this White House, you'd like to avoid doing anything right next to the midterm.
Yeah, I was going to say for the Fed, we do get another inflation reading before the next meeting, and Warsh actually does speak to Congress in 2 weeks, the same day that we get the CPI print. So, if we have, he'll get the kind of the last word, even though he's not really apt to or desiring to give forward guidance. He will have that inflation print in hand, and I'm sure we get a lot of questions about it from Congress about, what they're going to do. And look, I think you're right. We have 3 meetings before the election. October meeting is basically a week before the election. The idea that would be the first meeting that they did a rate hike right ahead of the midterms seems highly political. So they're kind of forcing you into a situation where it's really hike in July or September or kind of not at all. And so I think the committee kind of recognizes that too. And so maybe there'll be some more momentum if the data supports to kind of push the odds up here to kind of get it out of the way sooner, so that we're showing commitment towards inflation.
Well, and what's interesting, though, yesterday when Warsh was speaking at Central, he did say inflationary pressures are coming down. So he was hawkish, but a little tiny bit less hawkish with the pullback in energy prices.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting, by the way, with the lack of communication. Like he wants the market to go off the data. So the data now is going to be so important. But everyone's still going to try to read the tea leaves and somebody was joking about the color of the tie and we can see what he's trying to do. I used to have to ask Bob Rubin all the time when I was very young about the dollar. And he said the same thing every time, strong dollars in the U.S. interest, because there was so much controversy around the dollar. And he just said it until, you fell over with boredom. And clearly Kevin Warsh is taking a page from that. It's a little bit harder, I think, when you're talking about all these different things too. And so there's some concern. And I talked to Claudia Salma about this, about leaks and about private conversations. We already saw one governor having it with a small group. So one way or the other, people are going to try to figure out what their stance is, and trial balloons, and everyone's going to have their favorite leak source. So I don't know. We could see a bit more volatility. Hey, I wanted to ask everyone really briefly, completely changing the subject before we get to the Edge Report. Anybody keeping an eye on what's happening in Ukraine? This has been sort of a little bit of a drip with folks I'm talking to. Russia closed the railway borders with Finland and Estonia. Lithuania and Finland just both voted to lift their bans on nuclear weapons. Some people are starting to get nervous about maybe that sort of rearing up as a geopolitical risk again. Is that on anybody's radar? Have you heard anything from anyone?
There is definitely more chatter. It seems like that Putin's under a lot of pressure, and maybe even on the bubble. And who knows if these are factoids or fake news or whatever. But there is the chatter getting louder and louder on that, and that could cause some desperation types of action.
Yeah. I don't know. We're at the point where that geopolitical, I mean, aside from something catastrophic, where geopolitics, now that we're through the strait, have the ability to move the market a lot, Craig? Like, how would you, if you saw those headlines cross, how would you be thinking about that? Is that a trade? Is that just like geopolitical news, or is the market likely to respond to something if it were serious?
Yeah. Look, I think right now you're right. I think markets are, really don't care about Russia, Ukraine, and haven't cared about it for quite some time, even though it does seem like the drum beats are getting a little bit louder and the bombings are getting a little bit more violent. And so I think it just kind of argues for protecting your portfolio, right? And so when there is when volatility is suppressed, and we as we can go into long weekends where the risk of escalation kind of rises, it's just to be mindful, like never to really go home kind of fully, full port long risk, in light of this stuff, because I think you're right. I think the markets, if the fighting really started to accelerate, and if goods stopped flowing, and if key infrastructure started getting blown up again. I mean, we saw how quickly, this moved in, back in 2022. I mean, it could happen again, and really, it's not really being factored into pricing at all right now.
Yeah, watch your leverage, right? That's especially when sort of no one's paying attention. Just make sure you can handle the leverage over sort of a tape bomb like that. All right, fantastic. Well, it is time for this morning's Edge Report. So, Jim, take it away.
All right, I got a tip early this morning from Shai about a flaggy 10-year note, and she is right. And so, let's take a look at the daily chart right now. Cash yields this morning, again, we're approaching that 4.5% in the 10-year. We're approaching that 5% in the 10-year. Over this whole week, the longer end of the curve has sold off, and there's inverse relationship to interest rates, and that's why we're seeing this little bit of spike in the cash yields. But what I did was I kind of connected the dots here. We have a nice trend line that kind of started up here in the middle of April. It kind of slopes down nicely here. And then we had this trend channel that came up right now. This trend channel, it was a nice trend channel, but now we're kind of breaking through the bottom of it, right? So when we say flaggy, bearish flaggy, right? Again, I could draw a line down here anticipating a continued sell-off back down, and perhaps even down to those swing lows that we talked about earlier a long time ago. Not that long time ago, actually. It was May 19th. It seems like a long time ago, but at 108.18.5. So that's kind of a target on the downside right now. This market is anticipating and reacting off of jobs data. I think it is anticipating stuff ahead of time. On the 10-year note intraday, I just wanted to show 4 days in a row just to kind of see where the points of control have kind of settled, right? We started a little bit higher here. A couple of days ago, this was a really just sell-off, just created a very poor volume profile, but again, a lower point of control, and then a lower point of control again, and today, a lower point of control. So when I look at these points of controls, this is where I see price happiness generally, especially in a market with so much volume. This this is one of the biggest volume markets that we have. It tells me that this whole sentiment, this whole move is a pretty legit bearish move to the downside. So we'll keep an eye on it today when the numbers hit to see what kind of reaction we get. But right now, I mean, really, let's just kind of drill into today. And the bonds are going to be very, very similar today. We're literally, let me adjust this a little bit better, guys. We're at previous session's lows. We're at S1 right now. There's a very small wick at the bottom of the latest candle right now. So again, we're anticipating, we're in anticipatory mode here in the 10-year notes. And you don't always get that with the 10-year notes as much as you get it with the Treasury bonds. So by identifying that bearish flag pattern, I think was a great observation. Let's shoot over to the S&P real quick here. Pop that up. Let's let the data percolate here for a second. Again, resilient. We talked about this, but maybe a little bit of sideways action going on right now. We're still kind of just kissing that top of that first standard deviation band of the anchored volume weighted average price. We do have a couple moving averages. They're kind of tangled in love a little bit, although they're kind of arcing up a little bit as well. June open, we're still below it. Remember, yesterday we achieved greater than the June open in the NASDAQ, but not the S&P. Baby candle right now. Yesterday, complete doji. A little bit of anticipation, I think, is going on in this market also, coupled with the fact that it's a holiday weekend. My guess is we're going to get a surge of volume coming in on the number, another surge of volume coming in on the open, and then things are going to taper off as we get to lunchtime for the rest of the day. And you got to be careful of that taper too, because a lot of times in those lower volume scenarios here, with a lot of the institutions taking the time off, you're going to get it's going to get a sloppy tape, as I like to call it, and you can get some kind of irrational pops up and down on a small time frame. So you got to be really careful, even with a lower volume day to day. But right now we have a relatively tight range so far overnight. Again, the anticipation low is at the bottom of the London initial balance right now at 75.20. The highs, we're approaching the highs of the session, although they're not that much higher, right? It's 58, 59. So that's less than a 40 handle move. So it's kind of small so far. That VWAP in the middle here, it's almost flatlining, really. It's not really doing much at this point. I'm going to keep an eye on the value area. Right now we're trading above, prices above value right now. And then the bottom of the value area also lines up really nicely with that high vol level and 0DT put support, which is really going to be key for today, 75.25. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. As long as we could defend that level, then again, looking for the bulls to kind of give us a little bit more lift. On the upside, keep in mind there's a cluster of information up here too, including previous session's highs, which is at 75.79, and that JAX2 level and R1 all clustered together here on the upside. So that is probably going to define resistance as well on the upside. That is this morning's Edge Report. Let's get back to the panel for the numbers.
All right, fantastic stuff. Everyone joins us for this jobs number that is going to come out in just a couple of minutes. Shai's going to jump in as soon as she sees it. And Craig, we touched on this before. I suppose the data is going to be more important now that the Fed, that Warsh made it clear that they're not going to communicate around it as much and that they want the markets to follow the data.
I think that's right. I think that's the idea here. They want the markets to stop, telling them what to do. They don't want to have a market where the Fed, the market says it's a 100% chance they're going to do something in any particular meeting, and that's what they are obliged to do. And so that's going to make the data more important. Now, the question is, if the data supports doing something, will they actually go through it, right? And so there'll be a test at this first meeting here, right? If the data is strong, both in the labor market and if let's say we get another hot inflation print, the expectation will be that the Fed will deliver a rate hike. And if they don't, then what happens? And so, what will happen to credibility, right? I think Warsh is kind of going in there saying, I have credibility. I'm not a sock puppet. I'm going to slay inflation. I keep talking about it. And so if the data starts moving in a direction where he is forced or the Fed is forced into dealing with the inflation, they better deal with it. Otherwise, the long end of the bond market's really going to start to get upset and start revolting with higher yields and kind of do the tightening maybe for them. So we'll see. But you're right. I think the data is very important, and so that's why all eyes on this print now. 20 seconds from now.
Yeah, they got the
most
long.
important
He got the long
print
end on side.
till the next one.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But he got them on side. He got some credibility, but now he's got to keep it. By the way, Macro's Sven saying SOFR expects a stronger number. It seemed to be moving a bit ahead of it.
Yep.
Maybe just buffering for
Yeah,
what might
Find
be.
out
bonds
here.
at the lows right now. Here we go. Holy jeez.
57,000. Change in non-farm payroll, well below expectations. Change in private payrolls, 49,000. Way below expectation at 107. Initial jobless claims in line as usual in that 215,000. Continuing claims, 1.814 million, kind of in line with what it's been, a little bit softer. But so not a big deal for initial for jobless claims, but big miss in change in non-farm payrolls.
With a pretty substantial negative revision also. Someone was asking about the revisions, a negative 74,000 payroll and negative revision. So kind of went from this idea that the labor market, looking pretty solid throughout the 3 months during the war. And now, you kind of get a little bit more of a reality check. Not horrible, but not as strong as maybe some of the more recent data points were suggesting it would be.
Yeah. So
The conspiracy theorists are going to be out in force. The S&P actually got S&P and bonds also got a bid on this a little bit. So not a huge one, but enough to be noticeable.
So I guess if there was, even though
move
it was
lower in the
low,
dollar. Big move lower in the dollar.
I think you're getting the reaction that you would expect, right? On a weaker
Gold
than expected,
just
right?
ripped.
Gold up, dollar down,
Silver
bonds
up.
rally, front end moves more. Equities are initially being positive, positive reaction to the lower yields and taking some of the heat off of the bond market. We'll see if that lasts. And this wasn't a great number, but some of the rotations that we've seen kind of out of tech into cyclicals and into small caps. If the economy isn't as robust as people kind of believe it to be, then I suspect those rotations, may not last. But I know today's going to be a fascinating day. It's a holiday, weekend coming. A lot of expiry today. We're going to have all the leverage ETF rebalances and kind of positioning ready for the long weekend. So maybe there'll be some fireworks after all.
So we'll see. It'll be a thin market. I know a lot of people generally leave after this number, particularly bankers. So we'll see if the market, starts to get really thin and easily pushed around for certain.
It's like the Russell also is digging this right now, by the way. Up
yeah, I was going to
0.73.
ask. So, you would see this in a big miss, but is this a case where sort of I don't say bad news, but less great news on the economy is good news for risk assets or for markets because it takes the pressure off the Fed to hike rates?
Correct. That is it in a nutshell.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but no, when you see the small caps reacting, more favorably than the others, then that narrative kind of that gets legitimized right there when you see that. We'll see it now again. To your point, Maggie, we'll see if it holds, or Craig's point, see if it holds right now. But we did have a nice reaction to the upside.
Let me check my Kalshi account really fast.
Jim hit his bet.
That's why
so
Jim
good.
was shaking his.
I know. I was 150 or less. I was short in the 150, so it worked out.
Jim had the under.
I had the under.
So let's circle back to chips, because we've seen it looks like we see that sort of chip story starting to fade, although we had a lot of headlines out today. We talked about the OpenAI, the government taking a stake, which I know people have really strong views on. I mean, there's some people who are just kind of horrified that we're having government stakes in private companies, just see that as very sort of anti-innovation at the very least. Forget about a lot of the other issues. But there's also a headline: NVIDIA is going to offer startup customers a chance to swap compute power for revenue share. We just kind of got these constant headlines in tech. Does it feel like that sort of sell-off in chips is going to continue if we have the jobs number out of the way? Craig, how are you thinking about that space? And do we see a rotation into other areas of the economy, the Dow, the Russell, if they're not going to be facing interest rates? So sort of what's your thought just on equities, on the play on equities?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're throwing a lot of throwing a lot at the AI story here. There's challenges to the thesis, right? Whether it's the government coming in and slowing down the release of models, whether it's the government taking a 5% or more stake in some of these models. Companies like Apple who are basically saying we're going to raise prices on consumer goods because we can't get memory. We're also going to look to try to buy memory from China. There's also, the stuff that's going on. We have I think next week, maybe it's the week after, Hynix is doing their initial public offering in the U.S. It's going to be a NASDAQ listed name. They're listing, they're going to be doing a big equity deal. I also suggest, folks, if you haven't seen it, you should listen to Alex Karp from Palantir. Did a pretty good interview yesterday on CNBC, and he talked about some of the issues that are really developing here with these large language models, particularly from OpenAI and Anthropic, and how corporates are not going to be just giving over their data to these big companies. And so there's an idea here that maybe more of the future of this is kind of local models with security, with local compute, kind of the opposite of the way things have been trending. And we've already been seeing kind of this token maxing thesis coming under pressure. Big companies have maxed out their tokens for the year, are starting to look in a way to optimize token usage or becoming smarter about the way they're thinking about AI. So it seems like the first half of the year, everything was going right for the story. And now as we kind of enter the back half of the year, there's different theses involving here about how this is going to play out. And so it doesn't seem like it's just going to be a one-way trip higher in the AI story anymore.
Yeah, I heard Tracy. I heard you agreeing, and just to sort of thread the complete obvious from what Craig said, that's the revenue story breaking down, right? That's innovation still continues, but if they're building locally, if they're trying to figure out how to save on tokens, this is where the revenue to support the hyperscalers and the growth and all the investment. CapEx investment, that's where that starts to break down. And I know that's been a concern, right? That's been the bear concern all along.
Yeah, but the Nazi right now is like ready to go. He's basically hold my beer. We're going to try to get back up over those June opens, and they had all-time highs in sight right now on the Nasdaq. It's up pretty nice.
That's my favorite line, Jim. Hold my beer. I saw that in the email in the note, the morning note, which sign up for if you haven't, because it's so good. It's like mandatory reading for me. But I was laughing because I saw your section, Russell, saying hold my beer, as well as overall equities. By the way, I had a really interesting conversation with someone. So we're talking about all of the U.S. companies doing it. Watch international companies too, right? Europe is the Chinese token costs are way lower. China's doing everything lower. It's a real competitive issue, and people and companies are not sure they feel comfortable with all of their data or access to their data under one roof, and so or one supplier. So they're spreading it around. Again, innovation continues, but what does that do to the revenue models?
Yeah. By the way, on international markets, Maggie, we're going to be talking more and more about this going forward here. But I have my eyes on the Euro Stock 50 and the DAX right now. Every day, I'm logging in. It's a great early morning trade. A lot of stuff to think about in that index. It's a great futures market that we get from Eurex, and they're up 1.3% so far. On the session going into this holiday, even though it's not I don't think it is a holiday. I don't think they celebrate 4th of July. But
no, but I mean, the U.S. market closes, so everybody sort of, I'm sure everybody skates out or works remotely. And by the way, it's murderously hot there. Though, I mean, I don't know if you've all chatted with anybody in Europe, but they're sitting in the dark, just roasting. And so they don't have a lot of aircon, as you know. I'm sorry. Anybody listening in our chat, I hope you're okay. I hope you find a way to cool off. It's been tough over there. So. Yeah. Any excuse not to be able to find some relief. No, Jim, we did that great conversation. And the DAX, you do use it as a sort of early morning gauge, right? I mean, we talked about the sort of, what that represents.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been around for a long time, and and it's just kind of as things become more and more, international, I'll use the word international, and everything, when we talk about stuff like supply chain and dislocations because of war events and all of this stuff, You got to kind of look at these other indices to get a sense of all of the correlations that happen between them, because there is a lot of correlations. I mean, you mentioned the Kospi today. We know that thing fell out of bed pretty ugly, pretty horribly. But then you look at the European markets, and okay, so far so good. Everything's steady, Freddy. Everything's green. So it is a really good indication to kind of look at these other markets when you wake up and see where the money is flowing and what the kind of macro picture is, and then actually look at the trade itself. So the DAX and the Eurostock 50 are very, very tradable on the futures markets, and it's something that we're going to be paying more attention to.
And they're not as affected by the AI trade as much as the Kospi or the Nikkei or the Nasdaq.
Exactly. Good
Yeah,
point.
good point, Shai. We got some folks who are hot, but they're managing, which I'm happy to hear. And Shai, Andrew Moore is saying, forget the indices, buy more cocoa and coffee. It's a commodity. We haven't really talked about the commodity play in this.
No, Larry Williams is like, look at lean hogs, man. Get ready for a sell-off.
I know. I was like, what?
Even with all the barbecue.
And they rallied on this number too.
Did
I'm
they?
assuming because of the dollar.
I would assume.
And corn and wheat. We have some hardcore commodity fans in here. I love it. You guys trade everything. It's terrific. Okay, so how are we thinking about hard to handicap? We know things may get thin as the day goes on, but what's going to be interesting to look for in the close? Craig, let's start with you. What are you gonna have your eye on? What do you want to see, or what's going to be notable for you?
Look, I think folks are set up the wrong way kind of into this print, right? We kind of came into the month, they came into the new quarter, kind of strong dollar momentum had really taken fold. Expectation for rate hikes were, as we mentioned earlier, north of 30% for July. And people were shifting kind of, on the margin, maybe out of some of the AI stuff into a broadening of the rally. The number this morning is the opposite of that, right? It's worse than expectations with negative revisions. And so, yes, it's only 1 month, but the thesis that the labor market is strong enough to support rate hikes maybe starts to, come out the window. And so positioning is offsides here. So if the dollar starts to weaken and you get dollar yen starts to have a larger move lower, that's clearly a consensus trade going the wrong way. We could be in a situation here where we get a bunch of unwinds. You're also starting to see, some of that underweight in precious metals that we've been talking about, find a bid, right? Gold's having a nice move today. Bitcoin's higher. Places that people aren't exposed now are reversing. And so do we get a type of alpha unwind day here? What it means for overall indices, who knows, right? Because it is still an expiry week, an expiry day. We got all the leverage ETF flows, but kind of as folks are thinking about setting up for next week and for the rest of the month, the idea that, again, that the economy is robust enough to support rate hikes, I think that thesis is going to come under some pressure, and people have to think about, how do you position your portfolio into that environment.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people, Shai, have been looking at whether gold has bottomed. Where is the bottom for precious metals? There's been kind of a divide on that. Maybe we start to see a lot of conversation around that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we start to see the labor market significantly weaken, or if we see that inflation has come down because of energy costs, although I think that, we still had sticky, hot inflation before the war even started, and energy was a factor in all that. But if we start to see that come down a little bit and a little bit of weakness in the labor market, we're going to see markets factor out those rate hikes and maybe factor in cuts again, at least in 2027. And that is very favorable to particularly gold. So we could see a significant rally in gold if that's kind of the way the data starts panning out.
Yeah. I guess we're going to have to see confirmation of this, though, right? We still have those. I don't know if the CPI, PPI become less important if we're not looking at wage inflation. Do we get to write that off as temporary and tied and a bit backward looking, or will we really still be very sensitive to any kind of inflation read?
I think we'll be very sensitive to any kind of inflation read because Warsh has come out and stated that is what he's significantly worried about. And he wants to get back to that 2%. So I think, if anything, he's made it even more important. because of his emphasis on that particular data point.
The other thing too is he has a very robust view about growth and growth potential, and so the idea that he is going to be cutting rates to help support that growth momentum, I think is lower, right? I mean, I think the bar actually to cut rates is a lot higher now. You'd need to see a very significant deterioration in the labor market in order to actually bring in cuts from this kind of Fed and this kind of Fed chair who believes in the growth and believes in the AI ability to help U.S. growth outperformance. And so, although you're seeing the rate hike expectations come down today, the idea that this Fed is going to kind of rapidly move into a rate cutting regime, I think is we're very far away from that reality.
Yeah, and he's kind of made it clear they want to tame inflation. Like that's priority number one, and the rest is sort of down the line, but will take care of itself. So I think you're right about it. Let's see if the market doesn't just sort of knee jerk in that direction, though. All right, great stuff. Well, thank you, panel. Have a wonderful July 4th, long July 4th holiday. Enjoy yourself. Stay cool since the heat wave's coming here as well. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a look at the lineup for the rest of the day. Pharm is here in just a moment for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat and let them know if you have any specific questions. Trade the Open is with Pax, Tanja, and Salma. Midday Markets is with XY, Chris, and Lumi. And Trade the Close is with Jack Stowe and Joey. Actually, Jim's going to stick around a little bit for a bit of Trade the Open as well, so he's not going too far. But let's welcome in Pharm. Hey, Pharm. Great to see you.
Good morning.
Yeah, I guess a little too early for you to have the sort of anything on the barbecue yet, but
Yeah.
you got any
Yeah,
good
a
plans? What are you
little
doing with
early.
all those kiddos you have for the July 4th?
Yeah, we are up north. I feel a little bit guilty because like a big part of the country is dealing with a heat wave. I'm literally shivering up here. I'm just freezing. I can't believe it's the middle of summer and it's like 48 out here. So
Are you serious?
yeah, it's in Arizona, right? So northern Arizona mountains. But
I always get
yeah, they
thrown
do a
off by
nice
the whole
parade.
desert thing. I'm always in every time I go to Vegas, I just think I'm going to be roasting, and I've never been colder. So it's crazy. But I'm glad somebody's cool. While
Yeah.
we're all great stuff. So we just had the big payroll number. A lot of interesting things going on. What are you watching?
My attention has been captured. I'm very interested in this print. I've got USD JPY up here, and I had posted this chart to X a while back, maybe a week or two ago. And I don't know, maybe I'm about to get trapped, but this is very interesting here if this move fails. And so first of all, okay, it's big range. I see this as a big range, and we can see that violent moves can come from this. This is either going to break out, and it is going, maybe it does still break out. It could be a huge move up towards like 180s, but a failed breakout is a pretty nasty short. I would add that like the BOJ, Ministry of Finance, I mean, they're pretty crafty, right? Like if you don't think that they have spies in the BLS, then I have a ceasefire to sell you, right? Like it kind of looks like they came in this morning before the print, and I saw that I was like, oh, this shit's gonna be soft, for sure. There's no way that they're gonna step on this thing into a hot print. It's just never gonna happen. Like they're just way too crafty. So it'll be interesting to see how data pans out from here, but I'll be looking to get short as long as this appears to be a failed breakout. It's now time to look, right? So I don't guess, I don't front run, but if this is going to fail, it's time to look at weekly profiles, monthly profiles, and really drill in on this thing. And I'm going to take a shot at it. And my stop would basically be invalidation would be above that high. So we'll see if I can find an entry on this, but it's very, very interesting, which then, I mean, to me leads into gold, of course. Mentioned I'm long the miners. I wasn't ready to get long gold directly. Of course, now, we came up north this week, so I haven't really been doing anything. But I mean, this looks okay to me. I mentioned yesterday it was kind of acting well when it should have acted poorly. And this was after like a long time of acting poorly when it should have acted well. So we're still haven't taken out a prior week's high yet. So there's nothing to get too excited about just yet here. But excellent location for the low, pretty decent structure on that low. again, I'm interested here to see if gold can find some follow through, and we'll have to see if this was just a one-off data print that was a little bit softer, or if some other things start to come in soft. So it's going to be interesting. Those are the first two things that I'm looking at. And like, this isn't going to be a thing for today. This is going to be a thing for potentially many weeks that I'll be looking at, and definitely has my interest. Whether or not it impacts equities, I don't care.
I'm going to jump
me,
in for a second with you, Pharm, because I think you just made a
please.
really, really excellent point when you said you saw that big move from the BOJ, and then you're like, they're going to know it's soft. Aside from spies and the BLS, the other thing we should consider is that this was somewhat coordinated. We know Bessent has met with the finance ministry when there was the summit in China. He stopped there first and talked. Like, the U.S. has a keen interest in dollar yen as well. And so the idea that while the U.S. may not have intervened in the market itself, but there is some sharing of information and coordination is not out of the realm of possibility, as you well point out by that chart. So that does make for some very interesting dynamics that I think we all need to pay attention to. So fantastic flag.
And I mean, dollar had room for it, right? I mean, dollar was, it was back above my 100 spot 69 or whatever on the dollar futures, had gained some strength. There was room. I mean, even if they want a strong dollar, there's still a little bit of room to step on it, at least. The question here is, right, is if it's a complete unravel coming or not. Like, let's not get too excited. This is just one day, but it looks like a failed breakout, smells like a failed breakout. It might be a failed breakout. I'll be looking closely, and I'll try to have that for Sunday night, a little bit of closer look at USD JPY anyway. So looking at the indices, I've got the same kind of 4-hour chart that's got the profiles here, looking left, leg up from year-to-date low, and then leg down from the recent swing high. And this kind of 923 spot, give or take, on NQ has been key for me. Just a quick, dirty sweep of that this morning and go. That's it's pretty bullish on its own. And then ES, same chart setup here. And the 74.97 to 75.18. Pax has his quarterly pivot at 75.08. I'm right with him. Confluence there. Got to be long biased here. I will say, like, kind of skeptical. I've been kind of skeptical, particularly with the NQ weakness. I mentioned yesterday, it was risking looking a little bit like a top-down distribution off this week's high. But this is a great move. It's 4th of July. We got the holiday weekend. Like, do you really think the market's going to tank on 4th of July? I mean, probably not. That would be awfully communist of us to do that. But I'm a little skeptical here. So this probably isn't for today necessarily, but I'm just a little bit iffy. But like, this was a great trap. It filled in. I want to say there was some singles here, this 820 to 840 spot that I had from a couple of days ago. This is sexy, right? I mean, this was great. But this spot up here, 308, 330 roughly, is a spot above this 269 to 293 that could potentially trigger fails. You're going to have to see sellers come in and negate this, though. I mean, they got a lot of work to do, right? This looks pretty good. 4-hour looks strong. We're above those key areas on kind of high time frame. So we objectively, to me anyways, have to very much favor bulls here. But like, we're still in this big multi-week balance. And so that's why, you get things like we saw this week, where like we rally, we rip through these highs. We're well past the weekly expected move. Then we start selling. I mean, that's pretty normal. So it doesn't need to be bearish. I still believe this 29,891 to 29,923 is a big spot. You can see that would get back into the meat of last week's volume. And it's kind of cute here. You can just see, like, if you do a little bit of profile math, just adding profiles together. I don't know if you've heard of candle math. Same concept. You can see that it's generally a big balance. We filled in some thin structure from last week, and so a little bit of structure repair. But again, like this, it's just very important. Any kind of weakness below this 29,890s, 29,920s, I'm going to be pretty bearish pretty quick. Because the tape is just not acting well at all. I don't like it. So, I mean, like, I'm long some individual names. I'm being very careful with that. I'm not like swinging the index short or anything like that. I will for sure if we're back below these spots, but just doesn't feel right. We've had these awkward closes, really bad SPX settle ups. It's just been gross. So my guard is up here. And this is definitely a situation where, with the dollar softening, maybe some rate hikes coming off the table, the market should rally today. And if the market doesn't do what it should do, that I become even more skeptical of this thing and a little bit more cautious into next week. So I'm going to need to see some strength from bulls today. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But you don't want to see this thing fail to rally today at all. Flip over to ES on the weeklies. I mean, this has been so much stronger relative to NQ, at least off the highs. And what Craig mentioned, it's just, I mean, it's so good, right? So like yesterday early, kind of your non-tech names, they absolutely ripped to the moon. NQ got sold off pretty hard. NES was fine, right, because of those names. Well, those names also started to soften yesterday afternoon. And then what are they going to do on this? And is the damage enough to NQ that it can't pick up the slack? Like, that's my concern for today, kind of in the big picture. But again, we're well above this 74.97 to 75.04 spot, which extends for me up to 18. We didn't even sniff it. We didn't even get a proper touch yesterday quite. So I can't be too bearish. But I am very skeptical. So I'll drill over into the shorter time frames, give you a chance to ask a question while I cover some of my short real quick.
As you move there, I'm sort of, I think you're touching on this, but it's tricky because we had this huge number, which was released early because we're in a holiday shortened week and we're going into a long weekend. So volumes sort of matter here. Like how are you factoring that in? I know you want to see the bulls make a stand on NQ, but how are you factoring in volume too?
Yeah. So, who was it? Jim or Craig said that, like, or maybe it was Tracy, like, participation usually drops off a cliff pretty early today, and it probably will, right? Unless somebody really feels like they need to, do some business and get out of a position, it should drop off. And I feel like low participation generally favors bulls, right? People like to buy calls. They don't even know what puts are. Like, puts were like recently invented. I'm pretty sure most people haven't heard of them. So like traders like to buy calls, right? So if it ends up low participation, low volume, today it can do whatever. It could be bullish. I think you wait until next week to really, really make a decision on your bias. But again, for me, it's going to be all about the spots that I mentioned. So for today on ES, the trades then that I'm looking for, I'd probably look for dips near this 75.27 to 75.31 spot. I think that would still be reasonably constructive. It's going to look a little bit ugly if we get down there, to be honest. This 75.79, 75 to 79, it's been a big spot, both on ES and then correlating on SPX as well. Just a very tricky area that was prior support, now turned resistance. So certainly cautious into there. But again, like, until we see traction below the 74.97 to 75.04, like, so what? We're going to see, 2A trading. You're going to see some selling. Do sellers actually accomplish anything? So if I'm looking for longs, it might be a look below and fail of the overnight low. This 75.15 to 17 spot is still key. Holds of 27 to 31, I think, would probably be okay. And then again, like, we could even come in, we could take out yesterday's low real quick as a trap and then rally off 97 to 504. That would be a possibility. And I think I'll allow a one-time excursion down to about 74.90, maybe 74.85. Even something like that could maybe be okay to be a quick trap below 74.97 to 75.04. But if we're firmly offering persistent weakness below 74.97, 75.04, I'm going to be short for days, probably, to be honest. NQ, again, to me, this is kind of the spot it's shaping up on the weekly profile. Probably have next week a weekly level 308 to 330, maybe, I would say. So to me, this was the short. I am short. I just covered a few. Not overly optimistic. It's 4th of July, but again, this is going to be a key spot. Buyers need to pull up. They need to take out yesterday's high, because if we just continue framing lower off this week's high, down to and through this 29,891 to 29,923. That's a terrible look. I'd be happy to flip long today. If we get back down, maybe come down to 891, 923. We hold that again, right? We can't get back through the overnight low. I'm going to be long there. This spot could just hold, maybe dips down to this 047 to 069. That includes yesterday's low. That would be fine. It's kind of funny, we had a spike down yesterday into the close, a little one, without even taking the prior day's cash hours low. So it's kind of funny that happened. So I want to see bulls come in, stop me out of my runners, which I'm completely fine with. I'm managed. Take out yesterday's high. That starts to look really good because it's a little bit more clear to me that we have acceptance back above 891 to 923 if we can actually take out a prior day's high after being above here, right? Because if we just rip through it and then we just grind lower back down through it, it's it looks terrible. So that's what bulls want to do. They want to hold here these 150s, 193s, or at worst yesterday's low. Maybe we can allow one quick excursion below yesterday's low, but you just don't want to see traction below yesterday's low again, especially after this move. No excuse not to rally today. Get it done today, bulls. Happy to join you, and we'll see what next week brings.
Awesome stuff. Get it done. Thanks so much, Pharm. Enjoy your long weekend and enjoy the cool weather that none of the rest of us have.
You too. Take care.
Send it our way. All right, just to recap, as you all saw, monthly jobs came in weaker than expected. We got markets on the move. We also had downward revisions to the previous months, and it's going to be really important how we close, according to Pharm. So let's get to it. Pac, Salma, Tanja are here to trade the open. Jim is also going to hang with them for a bit, and a little birdie told me it's Pax's birthday today. So let's make some money and celebrate. Take it away, team.
Oh my God. Happy birthday, Pax.
Thank you, Jimmy. I can't believe I'm. Oh, shit. The best.
Happy birthday, Pax.
Oh, I love that
Happy birthday
song. I love the Black Happy Birthday song. There is nothing better than that, man. Thank you. I can't believe I'm 52. Could you imagine that? 52.
Dude, look at the pipes on this guy's arms. Look at how buff Pax is. I don't care how old you are, man. You look fabulous.
I can't believe I'm 48, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
I thought you were 36.
I'm 30. I'm 39. I'm 58 today. It's shocking to say that. Isn't it shocking? I think about my parents when they were my age, and my God, they were old. I don't think I'm old.
Whoa. Okay, let's slow the conversation down here a little bit.
They were old. They were old.
Oh man. Well, it's going to take another 7 years before Selma's half my age.
We're not doing this again, Jim.
Put your head around that.
You confused the shit out of me the first time.
That's a strange way of looking at things, but yeah, that's scary too.
Oh my goodness. Tanja, how are you?
I'm great. How is everybody doing? I'm amazing.
Jealous of you, Tanja. I'm jealous of you. Tanya's going to see the Croatians play today.
Yeah, I'm in the Toronto. Yeah, I'm at the I'm gonna go to the game later today. I'm excited.
Wow. Wait, so Croatia's who are they playing?
Portugal.
Oh, Portugal's been sloppy this tournament. I'm all in.
I agree.
Kelsey with Croatia right now.
Oh my gosh, Jim, you're just betting everything, aren't you?
Well, it's not a bet, it's a trade. I'm on Kelsey.
What's your year to date on that?
I would love to know that too.
My
would I.
I'm sorry.
How net negative are you on that?
Oh, a lot.
Don't bring it up.
No.
I know you and Tracy go back and forth sharing with each other all your losses.
Well, we we have drawdowns on occasion. Selma, it's like anything else.
And then you win 1 out of 10, and that's how they get you to come back.
Well, you can't help it. You come back anyway. But I try to stick to stuff where I have skin in the game, where I'm watching the event or it means something personal to me. So that makes it fun.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So any event, we have the holiday coming up here. My guess is, we had our number that came out this morning. We saw some reaction in all the markets, really. We did see some decent reaction. My guess is after the bell rings, after the initial balance, things are going to kind of slow down a little bit here. for the rest of the day. Remember, everybody, tomorrow is a holiday here in the U.S. You do have that partial Friday morning, where the CME Group, Globex is open, super sloppy, and nothing ever. It's like what I tell teenagers, nothing ever good happens after midnight. Nothing ever good happens on that day before the 4th of July. So just be careful of that, and don't get caught in a position for sure if you don't intend to do that. So, Pax, what do you think about the day before 4th?
I think we're done. We're not going lower until we do. And but I don't know. I don't want to trade
What
this.
does that even mean?
I'm on my laptop. I'm at the lake house. I'm not looking to complicate my life today. This is either going to be, in relation to or in reaction to the number, it's either going to be a really decent trade or it's going to suck. And because the NASDAQ is below the quarterly pivot and still relatively weak, and the S&P is 60 handles or 50 handles above it, I think it's going to kind of chop around. I think the range is in. Maybe we make a high. I don't think we're going to break unless something crazy happens. Now, the fly in the ointment here is the bonds are not rallying. The bonds can't rally. The bonds are in. I've said it in every show, every time we've spoken, Jimmy. The bonds are in a cyclical bear market, and these are bear market rallies in the 30-year bond, and they're not going higher, at least not now. So that could drag on the indices. That doesn't mean that it's going to, it's not going to be it's not going to add fuel to the fire, at least not right now.
Yeah, the numbers this morning kind of slowed the roll down a little bit, Pax. I mean, we were tracking it in bonds. 112.07, I think, was when those numbers hit. Now we're at 116. We're at 16. So, I don't know, 10 ticks, a little higher. Not a huge amount, but still in the 112s. We came down from a high 114 within a matter of 2 or 3 days. It came down fast. So this week is definitely been bearish.
30-year bond broke 2 full points.
Yeah.
2 days ago. What's today is today's Thursday, right? So Tuesday, the bonds high, the high of this move is 114.20, and Tuesday the bonds broke from a high of 114.12 to whatever the low was yesterday. I think was like 112.05.06. So we've got a double bottom. Yesterday's low, today's low. Underneath 05. 112.05, the 30-year bonds going down back to 111.11, and then underneath there to whatever the recent low is, I think it's 110. 111.12, and then underneath there we head back down to 109.16. Man, I mean that's 05, 06 levels. Yeah. It's not especially bullish.
Yeah, and the 10-year is really bear. There's a bear flag going on right here. That's looking ugly too. So yields are going up, folks.
What's the Bitcoin doing? I love that I love that you got it. I pointed that out, and I love that you keep saying that, and I pointed it out. Now everybody says it.
It's the Bitcoin, right? And Salma had a great observation either yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. Salma, what about those that call position?
Yeah, there was just some bullish flow into IBIT, which is the Bitcoin ETF. Let me see real quick. Let me pull it up.
And that was a $35 call, I think, for December 18th, right?
December 18th, yeah, there was 1.6 million on the line. Now, granted, for these ETFs, they see millions and millions of inflows and outflows on a day-to-day basis. So when you're looking at a $1.6 million trade, it might not seem as significant, but when it's directional and, it meets your filter requirements that are super, super, how do I say this? Like my filters are very, very strict. So for it to come across my filter and for me to see it, it's got meaning behind it. Mm-hmm. And I haven't seen this kind of sizing on IBIT in quite a while. So it was worth noting. And Jim, I'm sure you'd be happy to know that they are still holding their position. OI updated this morning, open interest, and they carried over 3,600 cons from their original position of 3,900. So they are in, and we'll see what happens with IBIT.
Yeah, I mean, we have a really nice
That's really
support
interesting.
around 58,600 on the Bitcoin where my cursor is right now. We've been kind of just walking along that floor for 6, 7 sessions right now. So to get a little bit of a pop up it's encouraging, as Stowe would say. But we're still way not out. We're still in the woods here, I think. So, but thank you for that observation, Selma. That was awesome.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's really good analysis and just I don't know what the word is. It's really good. I would never have thought of that. That's very smart. Thank you, Salma.
Yeah, well, the thing is too with like these whales, like people who have money, they're willing to sometimes sit and draw down. I've seen some of these whales, and it's not the best kind of trading, but they can take some heat. So yeah, they might have entered yesterday. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work out, especially when they're buying time 6 months out until end of the year. So it can take, a couple weeks, 2, 3 months, whatever the case may be. They might sit in that like negative 50% drawdown, but then things turn around and they end up making their money. Or they just have so much money laying around that they're okay with that going straight to zero, right? So, yeah, you never know.
You never know for sure. Tanya, it looks like you might be traveling a little bit. Are you showing charts today?
Yeah, I got my charts up. Yep.
Yeah. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that they tried to, push it lower. They failed to do it. And we're way above the weekly open. Since Monday, we had that gap up. We filled the gap, me and Salma saw it completely fill, and then that was pretty much the low of the week. So there's no point for me to try to really short this. Instead, I'll look for longs, and then I don't want to be too aggressive either. Like I'll just take base hits. Like yesterday, I got a long in and got out pretty much near local high of the morning because just don't want to go for home runs today. I know a lot of people are probably taking an extra day off, like taxes by the lake house, right? So they're not going to want to be trading. It's probably going to be lower volume in the market. But yeah, I don't want to be the one shorting before the 4th of July weekend. It's unpatriotic, as they say.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that on Austin. Austin Trades, I think that's his name. Austin on served. I saw a tweet last night where he said that he serves. It made me laugh. He served 7 years in U.S. Armed Forces, and he's never felt more unpatriotic because he shorted the S&P yesterday. I thought that was funny.
Oh man. Well, I mean, Pex, me and you have been through this. I don't know how many hundreds, it's not hundreds, but many decades worth of 4th of Julys. And, I think after a certain point later on this morning, it does get a little slappy. I think levels are respected for sure. But you do have a lot of folks that are also on vacation that typically don't trade in the morning that, hey, I'm going to trade in the morning before I go to the pool or before I go to the lake. And so you do get some of that as well. So you got to be on guard for that, I think, today.
On guard. Remember when you used to say that in sword fights? Yeah, you do. You have to be. I mean, you have to be very guarded today. Tanya said it perfectly. Don't look for home runs. I mean, if you're trading today, look for short little easy. Look for the easy money trades. If there aren't any easy money trades, according to whatever setup you're looking at, according to whatever time frame you're looking at, or whatever methodology or process you trade, please do not complicate your day. This is a long, fun, joyful weekend. You don't want to ruin it by overtrading it, by overtrading the day before. If you end up having a tough day today, and then you wind up, trying to trade that back and you make it worse, and then you wind up trying to take just one more trade to make half of it back and you make that worse, you will spend every waking hour for the next 3 days obsessing about how bad you traded the day before the 250th anniversary of the United States. And then you're going to spend next week trying to make it back. And every time, 50 years when we're trading the tricentennial, I'll be 108. In 50 years when we're trading the tricentennial, you're going to be thinking about what in the hell you complicated your life for on the 250th anniversary. So don't do that shit. Take it easy.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Well, I mean, Larry Williams said this yesterday, and by the way, that stream is live on the channel. By the way, folks, if you want to go back and watch it, he was with us here, and he said, with the E-mini S&P, you have to, be patient, but your time horizon could be short. It's okay to be short in your time horizon, in and out, take a little out of the middle, and that was some pretty good advice from Larry.
Yeah, well, Larry is. I don't know. Everybody seems to think of you and I as the old guys, the older, experienced guys. Larry Williams is the guy that the older, experienced guys look towards. Larry Williams is a true legend, and he is. Uh, 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 um, there isn't a word that he'll write or a word that he'll say that I won't listen to. So if you guys have not listened to that recording, I haven't yet, 'cause I was running around all day yesterday. But if you have not listened, if you did not listen to Larry speak yesterday with Jimmy, and then listen to the recording, you'll find a lot out of it. You'll get a lot out of it.
I always get a lot out of him. I mean, I've known him for a while, and like you said, man. I mean, he was making legendary trades in the early '70s. I mean,
60s. He was trading in the 60s.
I know.
That's
I know,
crazy.
I know.
I was born in the 60s. Well, 68.
Anyway, it was good stuff, guys. It's in the channel. I'll go back and check it out if you guys get a chance. Selma, we haven't asked you yet. What are you thinking about this morning on your charts?
I mean, very similar to what Tanya said. It's unpatriotic to short seasonality and yes, just seasonality wise. This week is a very bullish week, and shorter weeks tend to also be bullish, slow grind ups on that low volume. So yeah, I definitely expect us to grind higher. Would like to see us take out previous day high, and then if things get really interesting, potentially towards end of the day, we can take out previous week high as well, which is a little bit up at 7,600. So yeah, I'm going to be looking for pullbacks to get in long and just ride the trend for as long as I can, similar to yesterday. Just trail up my stops, trail up my take profits, and see how much I can get out of the trade.
Totally makes
And then
sense.
also going to be sized down as well, because why in the world would I want to go into a 3-day weekend mad at myself? It just
That's
makes
a
no
good point.
sense.
That's a good point. It's time to be happy, folks, for sure. I mean, S&P right now is at about 57% of its 34-day average. So it's been a relatively tight range, about 56 points, give or take, a couple of ticks right now. And everything's kind of, gravitating back toward a point of control right now. Very immature volume profile at this point, but we'll see what happens here. It could be some interesting trading, folks, but just be careful. Recognize the environment you're in with the holiday here.
I mean, we're still inside week. So we still haven't taken it out any
Right.
highs or lows
So
of
explain
last
that.
week's
Yeah,
candle.
explain that for folks who are new here. Selma, explain what inside wake means.
I mean, I can just show you visually, which
Yeah.
I think is a little bit easier to grasp. But obviously, this white candle here is current week. Previous candle here, this candle here is last week, right? Anything considered inside means we haven't taken out the high or the low of whatever time frame candle you're watching. So we're on the weekly. We have not taken out, like in market, we haven't taken out this, and we haven't taken out. So like we're stuck in between this range. This is last week's, these two purple levels are last week's highs and lows. Unless one of these gets taken out, we're inside week, basically still range bound in last week's range. Like that's the best way I can describe it.
Is there a breakout trade, you guys, in the potential here based on that or no?
I mean, that's what I was saying before is I would like to see us. I mean, let me just turn on my indicator real quick. I know there seems to be a lot going on, but I would like to see us, potentially, if we get a pullback, I will look to go long, and I would like to see us take out yesterday's high at 79. And then if things get crazy, because they can right before end of the day, right before the 3-day weekend, we can see a little bit of some volume kick in, maybe towards around algo time. Even maybe before then, if we can just grind higher and just go slower. The 75.99 is what I'm watching as like my official target for today. If we can get up there, that's still 45 points away. Is that 45? Someone do the math. I don't know. It's too early in the day, but Yeah, we're still far from it, but like on a regular day on ES, 45 points is not much, right? It's just the fact that we just don't have that volume supporting us. So if we do get a little bit of volume, a little bit of momentum, I can definitely see us taking out those highs. It just
Got
makes
it.
sense.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I appreciate that for sure. I mean, man, dude, is it man, dude? Hang on a second. I
Yeah, he
lost my.
says just don't understand the patriotism and the
Yeah.
trading connection. I mean, all you got to do is really pull up a seasonality chart of July and of the first week of July, and you will see the connection. I mean,
Yeah,
it,
but there's also the, remember, we've been talking about flows too. So, yeah, there's the holiday, but really at the end of the first half of the calendar year and at the end of, which is the same as the end of Q2, there is a lot of reallocations that happen mid-year with money managers, investment managers, commodity trading advisors. So there's a lot of flows that shift to different places, and that in part that explains the seasonality aspect of the first week of July.
Mhm.
As much as all right, it's the 4th of July, let's all buy U.S. securities. So that might be kind of secondary, I think. I don't know, Pax, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I get the seasonalities. I understand it. I try not to bring that into my trading. There are too many times that I think of things along those lines, and then I don't take trades that I should be taking according to my process. Overanalyzing and overthinking things. But yeah, I mean, there's been, I think Mandude has been kind of talking about a lot of what has been on social media and what people are talking about. The 250th anniversary of the country is that President Trump isn't going to let it go down. Okay, or people aren't going to let it go down in front of it. We have to make all-time highs in front of the.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Now, let me tell you a quick little story about that. If nobody cares, I was
Yeah, we
going to
do.
talk about the day after we opened up after 9/11. We were double or triple limit down in the Nasdaq, double limit down in the Nasdaq. We were closed for 5 days. I think 9/11 happened on a Monday. We didn't open, or I think we were closed all week long, or maybe we opened on Friday, the following Friday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we were closed. When we opened, we were double limit down, and remember that was when human beings still made the volume, not algos. So we really, and I was a big trader in the Nasdaq. We really thought it was our patriotic duty to try to get the Nasdaq back to steady from being down. I think we were down like 800 points or 1100, 1200 points or something, and we got it within 80 points of steady. And we all felt like it was get out and push. We were yelling at each other, get out and push. We were all long, and then Goldman came in and started selling them, so we got them slammed in our face. But so I don't know. I try not to think too much about that stuff unless I'm trading some commodities. Commodities do have more of a seasonal flow. But yeah, I mean, selling may go away. That didn't work this year. Blake kept talking about selling June and go away, and that kind of worked, but then didn't work. We're not going lower until we do. Trade the process, trade your method, trade the setup, take the money out of the market, make sure it's easy money, and don't overcomplicate things. I mean, we are inside week, as Salma was talking about. We definitely have an inside weekday, inside week going, and until we break out of that bar, there's no breakouts on the broader charts. That doesn't mean that you can't make a little bit of money in between it. Don't pick a top, don't pick a bottom. Just take the easy money stuff and don't complicate your day.
I got teary-eyed on that story, man. You're the best for sure. That was awesome. Tanya, do you look at seasonals or at all, or just look at
Um, I would say I don't look at it as much as other people do.
yeah, focus with what's right in front of you.
Yeah. Especially since I'm like an intraday trader, I don't really, yeah, like Pax said, like you could make a little bit of money in between, even if you are in an inside day or inside week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's not like there's, just because we're not, look, I'm not going to take runners, I'm not going to carry a position over. Well, I wouldn't over a long weekend anyway. But I'm not going to carry. Oh, that's not necessarily true. If I had a lead on it, I would. But the point is that inside week, we close within an inside week. I'm not taking runners home, but that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be some easy basic setups that you can, take a few points out of the market. The whole idea is that you go home with more money than what you started with.
Yeah.
Whether it's $100, $200, or $2,000, go home with more dough than what you started with. Yeah. You had a good day.
Well, and the ATRs are still huge. Even the S&P is 114 or something on the daily. NASDAQ's over 800. They're so crazy ranges.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's there's so my brain is skipping beats. The ATR is so big that I'm on my laptop. I can't get Ninja up on my laptop because it's a MacBook. But I've got my CQG up. I almost want to trade this only because I know that there's going to be some opportunity. I don't think I would want to trade because the ranges are so good. I don't think I'd want to trade the opening range this morning. I'd wait for one of the 15 handle or 6 in the S&P or 65 handle rotations in the NASDAQ to trade. But there will be something to do. These ranges are huge.
Yeah. Are you able to call out the opening range numbers this
morning?
Yeah.
I'll do all of that. I just don't. I've got all of that in front of me, but on my MacBook, I have not quite figured out. Me and Mike Burke worked on trying to bring my my Ninja up with parallels, and it I can't make it. I can't figure out how to make it work or whatever. And when we came up here, I should have brought my system with me, but I didn't. I forgot to, and
Yeah, no, that's all right. We'll stick with Tanja and Salma's charts up on the screen. You can call it the levels when you see them, packs. And you reference Mike Burke. I got to say, you got Larry Williams is a legend. Mike Burke's not too far behind. He's been in this business for so long, and he could do it all. He could do the programming, the technical, the analysis, the trading. So we all go to him when we have our issues. Like, hey, Mike, this has happened to me. What do I do? And he's quick with the answers. So shout out to Mike Burke. He's awesome.
I think it's always in my mind. I torture Burke because I'm such a computer illiterate person. But he is the most he's the definition of gentleman. He is incredibly smart. He is a gentleman. Mike the Hammer Burke is one of the greatest people around.
Yeah, he's awesome. He helped me out yesterday. He's pretty cool.
He helped you out yesterday, Salma?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my key levels indicator to be available on Ninja. So for those who trade on Ninja and want access to the same information that I have on my chart, you'll be able to get it pretty soon. Probably by the end of this week.
Is this a proprietary secret sauce thing you built?
No, there's no secret sauce. It just auto plots like all the, you have it in settings where you can toggle them on and off, but you've got the option to have previous day highs and lows, whether it be on RTH, ETH, and then you can do previous weeks, months, quarters, highs and lows of the year. So it's all the levels that I think that you should be aware of. And then you can kind of mess with the settings and do what you want there. And then of course, there's like the midnight open, Asia high, Asia low, London high, London low. I know Pax hates that, but it's nice sometimes to just have that visually on the chart.
I love the Asian IB. I love the London IB. Tanja, do you look at the Asian IB or London IB at all?
I like looking at London highs and lows, Asia highs and lows, and things like that.
Tanya's sleeping, Jimmy. Tanya's getting rest. Tanya's preparing for the actual trading day.
I don't know.
She looks at highs and lows like everybody else does, but Tanya's getting some sleep. She's not up there looking at Kalshi and thinking 3 a.m. I gotta slap something on.
I disagree.
Kalshi, oh my god.
I disagree. I think
just busted Jimmy's cartoffels. Sorry.
She's the most enthusiastic, positive, high energy person that I know. She's out there, I'm sure, and she's going places. She's doing stuff. No, she's all over the place, man. She's not sitting. She's not getting that much rest, Pax.
No. Tanya
That's
reminds me a lot
true.
of my mom.
I keep saying I want to like get some rest, and then I just keep booking airplane tickets.
You're young. You're young, Tanya. You got
Do
to
it.
continue to book airplane tickets as long as you can until you. Yes, that just.
Speaking of that, Tanya, by the way, I have an opportunity to, and I might go sailing off the coast of Croatia this September.
Oh,
Oh my God, that's
it
awesome.
is awesome.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I'll be in Croatia actually at end of August, early September.
Yeah, I
We're
think
gonna
we're going
go
to go a
next
little bit
year.
later. I'm waiting for my captain to tell me when
It's a
we're going.
perfect time of the year,
Yeah.
September. Less crowds and like good weather. You could still go into the water and enjoy it.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. He does it every year, and he invited me, and I'm like, I might not be able to say no to that.
Perfect opportunity.
Wait, are you going to actually sail? Like, are you going to do sailing, real sailing, or
Yeah,
you
no,
just
yeah, it's
sailing?
my college roommate. He's a captain. We're gonna rent a boat, and there'll be, a few couples or, several people on the boat, and it'll be 5, 6, 7 days, just going city to city off the coast. We'll sleep on the boat and get to do all the sightseeing stuff as well on the fly. So it's a unique opportunity. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, but like sailing with sails
Yeah,
or a boat
sails,
with a
the
motor?
sails, the sails.
From
We're
Ohio.
not gonna paddle. There's no canoes.
You're from Chicago. You're from
Bro.
Chicago. We don't sail.
He's
No,
like,
but
"Are you sure
I
you want to
could
There's
do
the
drink
that?"
though. I could
opening
drink on the
bell.
boat.
All right, here
Very,
we're open. Let's
all
pay
right.
attention here. All right, hold on. I'll tell you where we are. All right. I didn't see the opening range trade, but I'll tell you in a second what the OR is, and I'll tell you in 10 seconds what the OR is and what the rotations are in the S&P and Nasdaq. This is a weak open for the Nasdaq. It makes it awfully hard for me to want to be long.
Nasdaq just hit previous day low.
Yeah. 75.51 to 75.60 in the S&P. Everybody mark that down. 75.51 and a half to 75.60. Long above it, short below. Nasdaq is 3,775. My God. 3,000. It's a 100 handle opening range in the Nasdaq. 3,106.
Oh,
That'll at least that'll keep cut down on the chop. 3,106 to 3,007.
by the way, I know Pax doesn't have his screen up, but if you guys are looking, I've got ES up and I have the OR high and low marked, and I've got the rotations as well for those who need to see it visually.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Salma, my sister.
No, thank you for the inspiration behind this indicator. It's been very, very good to me, and I'm still waiting on the Russell rotation that you were supposed to get me like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, I
Oh,
think it's 15 points. I think it's like the S&P. I still have to watch it more.
I can't go based off of I think.
I
dude,
know.
you can't call out Pax on his birthday.
What?
No,
Why
I did tell
not?
her that. I did. Yeah, she's right. And
He did no. He committed to
I
getting
did.
me that information.
I did. She's a little chop buster, this chick. No, I did. I did. By the way, I have noticed that you haven't wished me a happy birthday.
Yeah. Okay. Please. Who is the first person here out of the three of us to tell you happy birthday?
I know. It was Salma's birthday. I forget when. And
You're not helping yourself.
I know, and I forgot. Well, I just want to explain, and I forgot. I knew it, and I made a note to wish her happy birthday, and I forgot. And then Anthony made me feel guilty about it, so I wished her a happy birthday every day for like a month, only to
Yeah,
drive.
it was like a running joke for a while there. It was fun.
Golly, this is dangerous on the dance floor. This is.
Big ranges already. Yeah.
I like big opening ranges because they cut down on the chop. So you got a 100 handle opening range in the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
You had a couple of false attempts on the upside. 30,107 goes bid and then back down into it. So, it got to be quick and nimble. But man, alive. Oh, this is grim. The Spoozy's pushing forward, right?
Yeah. ES is stronger than the Nasdaq right now.
Yesterday, too.
So Nasdaq's high vol level for today is 30 0.080, so 80, which is the line between positive, negative gamma for today. So we're right at it. We're straddling it right now.
A lot of divergence. YM pulling back. ES
You
trying to
mean
push.
divergence between different stock indexes?
Yes, between the four, yeah. NQ was obviously dropping off the open while ES was trying to push. I don't like when the opening move is like that though.
Why?
I don't know, it just causes for a little bit more of a harder read and a little bit more indecision, at least for me. Makes it that much harder.
I agree, Salma.
Thank you.
No, I mean, like I don't like when there's a big divergence either, because it does. Unless the best traders that the wealth. I've said this before too. The wealthiest traders that I know, or the richest traders, not necessarily the wealthiest. The richest traders I know with the most money are spreaders, and the traders that have figured out how to spread the S&P and the Nasdaq make tremendous amounts of money. It's a science. It's a science that I can spread hogs, I can spread cattle, I can spread crude, I can spread any commodity, but I've never been able to get down the S&P Nasdaq spread well enough to be able to trade it. But could you imagine the amount of money that those guys are making now, being long S&P and short Nasdaq, and just adding to it?
That's that tweet you made that went viral, right?
Oh, I don't know. Did it go viral?
Yeah.
It created a little bit of commotion. What do you mean by spread?
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Hey, did you see Jimmy's response?
That was so good. I liked it. I thumbed it up.
So it was so
Jimmy,
good.
where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
Dude,
oh, wait, hold on. Let me explain. So I tweeted, if you guys haven't read it, I tweeted last week. I asked a question about why trade, or what's the benefit of trading options over futures, or futures over options. And I got some really good responses and thoughtful responses. I thought it was a good conversation underneath it. I've never learned how to trade options, so I am always genuinely interested. Jimmy had a response the other day that was just phenomenal. Where did you get that, Jim?
If it's true, I mean, I'm an F1 fan. Everybody knows that. And, trading, here's the quote. I'll say it out loud. Trading futures is getting the keys to a race car. Trading options is getting a 300-page owner's manual and a quiz before they hand you the keys. Anyone who trades options, and you got to learn all the Greeks and all of the dynamics and understand the time value, Black-Scholes model, all this stuff. There's a lot of science behind it. Too much for me anyway. And that's that manual, like the user manual. So I don't know. It's just, I thought it was funny.
Did you did you come up with that on your own, or is that something?
Well, I went to my book of jokes, Pax. Yeah, I got a book of jokes here. Yeah, I mean, come on.
That was really, really funny. You are usually funny, but not that funny. So I mean,
Jim just he surprises you.
He was punching above his weight there.
You spend enough time on the floor, you get funny too.
Yeah. You do.
Speaking of spreads, though, Uncle Paulie used to spread the first and second option in the Treasury bond pit, and that's just a fancy way of saying the front month and the next month. And those guys, every trade was just print money. It was crazy, but it was math in your head really fast. You'd been great at it. You are great at it, Pax, but they were doing that spread back in the day.
Yeah, the guys. What I clerked in the Eurodollar pit, which was the interest rate market at the Merc, and those guys, Jeff Carter, Chris Lang, they're still on Twitter. They spread the same basic way in the euros. The euros were a real spread market. The bonds were too. The bonds had huge volume in the spread, but man, that was just they'd buy 1,000 lot in the front and spread them off in the back. Or, do you guys know who the biggest independent trader in history was? A woman who was maybe 5'2", 100 pounds soaking wet, named Margie Teller. Large Marge, they called her. For a while, I was 10% of the NASDAQ daily volume. So that made me a big trader. Margie was 10% of the euro dollar open interest. Complete. That's like I'm like a little leaguer and she's Babe Ruth. I mean, she was 10% of the open interest of the entire euro quadrant for her own account. She wanted to retire in the early 2000s. It took her almost 2 years to unwind her positions. She was so big that the banks went to the CME and said, you got to bring Margie back to make markets in the back months. And so they came to Margie, she was retired, and they came to her and said, listen, come back, whatever you make, that kind of thing. But when you want to retire, we will take on your book of business. That's how big she was.
She's still around?
Oh, yeah. Well, she's not trading. She's retired a long time ago. But yeah, she's still around. She lives out in LA. Margie said I was sitting around with her having a drink with a bunch of other guys or a bunch of other traders on a Friday afternoon, and she asked the question of all of us. We're just talking, and she said, you're all looking at the same support and resistance levels. They're all basically the same numbers. If they're any good, they're basically the same. You're all looking at the same moving averages. You all got the same ATR. You're all looking at the same basic timeframes and, blah, 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 blah. What makes you different than you and you and you and you? And a lot of guys took a, drink off their beer or their drink and, yeah, okay. I sat and I thought about that and I still think about that. What makes me different? What makes you different? It's the other day, I was thinking about that the other day. I that study that they did a few years ago where they surveyed like 20,000 traders, 19,000 traders. 3% of those 19,000 traders made money. I forget what the study was. And part of that, 3%, so 97% failed. And not everybody fails. Most people break even and then leave. Not most, but like 10%. The rest fail. But the point is that the difference maker is what you bring to the screens, how you think about money, how you think about success. Look, just in this panel with me and Tanya and Salma and Jimmy, we are all first or second generation Americans. Every one of us. We are the sons, grandsons, and daughters of immigrants. So we're here. There's something to be said for that. We're here creating. We're here to really make something of ourselves and to believe in ourselves and to not give up. And if we have that, I talk too much, Neva.
No, you're good.
We want you to talk more.
This person says that you go get your shine box.
I know. I was funny. Keep going, Pax. Keep going.
So
this is good.
Yeah, that person wants to be told where to buy them and sell them. Give me the buys and sells. Well, okay. You'll make money 2 or 3 days in a row, and then you'll wind up picking me up in your Uber. I know I'm not supposed to say that.
Tanya and Salma will be busy. We're gonna dip out in a little while. Tanya and Salma are gonna be busy looking for trade ideas for sure. They always
the difference
no,
maker
you guys
is
can't
what
leave.
you bring to the screens. That's what I'm trying to say. The difference maker is what you bring to the screens. You don't believe it? Well, I'll see you at the Bellevue.
You guys are not leaving.
Well, no, that's but to your point, Pax. I mean, you're right. It's what you bring to the screen, and that's the great thing about the NinjaTrader live traders. Tanya, Salma, everybody. They all have a little bit of a different nuance to how they find their trade setups and how they execute, and which is a diversified kind of point of view from all of these different young traders, and it just goes to show you that you could personalize your strategy and be successful because you see something or that jives with your mindset better than somebody else, and then we share it all live on the screen. So that's what you get. That's the most for me in my job. When I started doing this, when all these young people started coming in, Pax, I'm like, wow, I'm learning new stuff. After I was on the floor in 1980, guys, long time, and you guys weren't born yet. I'm learning stuff every day. I'm the luckiest guy. I get paid to learn stuff. I mean, that's why we're doing this, and that's why these two are so awesome.
No, they're awesome for a lot more reasons than that, but but yeah, I'm how do I say this? I'm always learning stuff in my life. I'm always learning. I've learned. I love talking to Tanya. I love talking to Salma. I talk to both of them offline a lot. I learned from Chris and XY and Kane and Leo and Stowe and everybody on here, but I learned from their experience. I think that the most important aspect of life is learning and then sharing our experience, strength, and hope with other people. Otherwise, you're falling into the trap of living in the material world. And if you're looking to live in the material world, you're going to be concerned about cars, houses, Fendi bags, and whatever kind of nonsensical, garbage that people blow their dough on. And you're going to miss the real difference between what makes one rich and what makes one wealthy. And that's what I love listening to and watching and learning from people. It's really beautiful. So yeah, learning from their trading. I am not an ICT trader at all. I don't understand that stuff, but I like watching Tanya do it and explain it because I do get a little from it. And I can see a breakout or the way that Salma has incorporated my process into hers. I'd like for her to simplify it because I think it'll make her more money or she'll make more money with it. But I like seeing, the difference. I don't like the word confluence, but I like seeing the different kinds of things come together. And then, when I've got a position on and I can see what Sarah's talking about, I can see what Salma's talking about, or I can see what Tanya's talking about, or anybody, hey, maybe I'm going to keep that on because, they see something that maybe I don't. And that's sharing experience, strength, and hope. Do you see what I mean? They see something in the market that I don't. Okay, that it's not the data that's important to me. It's the actual experience that is.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you guys' honesty, and I appreciate your expertise, and I appreciate just you guys.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys as well.
Appreciate you.
When Selma started talking about the Asian IB, I never understand it.
Jim, people have been asking me about that. I'm not the one who mentioned that.
Well, I heard it first from you, but I don't know.
I mentioned for you to just watch Asia because Asia in the past 3-4 weeks or so has been moving pretty well. And then I think Chris was the one who mentioned his IB strategy that he developed during Asia, and that's like that 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's like his, that's what he considers the IB to be. So that's all him. I don't really trade anything IB, but I just wanted to say that because then I had people reaching out to me, asking me about it. I'm like, guys, it's not me, I swear. But I do trade Asia, so I can see where the confusion came from.
Okay. Well, whoever I heard it from, I mean, I've been all over it every night. Now, for me, it's different because my kids are gone, and after dinner, I have something to focus on and think about outside of just whatever entertainment whatever martinis I'm drinking that day. So, but there is something there. So it goes to the 24-hour nature of these markets that the CME Group offers and other exchanges offer, including Eurex. That everybody can't trade the open. Some people don't have the time or have conflicts or can't do it. So there's other time frames.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you guys see some trade ideas, just tell me and Pax to shut up and just jump on it.
Yeah.
No, there's still nothing. I thought we'd pull back on ES off the open, and we didn't.
I think it's interesting.
React.
I'm watching how ES took previous day high and NFP data high, and it's still very strong. I think NASDAQ could get to 30,319 level. And I think ES could probably get to previous week high, even 75.99.
Yeah, I want to see that get hit as well.
I'm waiting to see if NASDAQ on the 5 can close above 30,160s. And then I'll look for a lower time frame long.
On a 5-minute chart, Tanya?
Yeah, on a 5-minute chart, I want it to close above that level, and it's looking strong here. It's wicked this area a couple times. Now if we close above that 8:30 open and midnight open as well, I think that we could quickly get up higher to first like 217 and then 319. Yeah.
And then what are you looking for an entry though? Or are you?
Probably like one on the 1 minute or even the 30-second. Yeah.
Okay. I got it. Well,
Yeah,
grinding
Pax,
high.
we're approaching that second rotation to the
Yeah.
upside on ES.
I'm watching. I'm watching. So if the opening, I didn't see how the S&P was trading at 75.60, but I did watch the rotation above 75. So 75 is the first upside rotation in the S&P. So you buy 73 if probing. Okay, what I do is I probe the market from the opening range with smaller size. And then I size up at the rotations when the direction of the market from the opening range is making sense. So if I'm, where the volume is. So if I buy 75 60s, I'm gonna do it with a little bit smaller size. We go 73. And then I put in an offer to sell a quarter of my unit at 75.73. We go 73 bid. I add. We go 75 bid. I add, and that was not a hard add. So now you guys, those of you, I'm responding to people in the chat that bought that. So now we've reached the second rotation. 75.90 is the second rotation. Again, it's always 2 points in front of the rotation. So you've taken profit at 75.88. Maybe you bought them on the way up, scratch them out. So you'd be long 73s, 75s, take profit at 88. You go 88 bid, buy them. 88 bid, 90 bid, you got something going. Because then we're going
I'm in
to
longs.
previous week's high. Or not previous week's high. The high of the week is 75.88, isn't it? Wait, what is this week's high?
All right, I got in those NASDAQ longs, basically exactly what I just said. It closed above on the 5 and that it retraced on that 1 minute there, got that long in, and so far so good. I'm already
good.
I'm happy I'm up like 20 handles. I'm within the minute, so it looks pretty good.
Where you
Pax,
continue.
what's your question?
Hold on. Where are you long at, T?
I'm long at 180s.
Oh, okay. All right. Look for 30,263.
Yeah, I think we can get there. We can get to 319s.
All right, good.
So far, so good. Nice trade so far, Tanya.
All right, so you bought 88s, now buy 90s in the S&P. You bought 88s and 90s. Let's see. Stay with them. Stay with them. Stay with them. Stay with them. Pop, you mom. Pop now. Now. See? There you go. Hopefully you guys did. 88s and 90s. Now you got double size on. You have no risk on them. You've got twice the size on with no risk. Scratch stops in. That's why you have no risk. So you're long 88s, and now you're long 90. So if you're a 4-lot trader, you're long 8.
Yeah.
Scratch stops in, my brothers and sisters. Nice job, Tanya.
Thank you. Yeah, essentially I'm scratch stop as well. It's funny. It's
You're
pretty, you
targeting
gotta be quick
319?
sometime. Yeah.
Nice.
And I think you guys can get to 599s.
Oh, yeah. All right. So that was the question is, what do you guys have as the high of the week?
This is the high of the week.
Right
Yeah,
now.
this is the high of the week. Yeah. 75.88 was high. Okay.
Well, look at it. Go, Tanya. Go, go, go. Hope I didn't just jinx you.
No, I think we'll be fine.
Yes,
Let's chill.
Did
I
you
think
just
it's a
did you just
scratch.
move your stop up a little bit or no?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, so now it's basically like
love
very
that.
small stop. There we go. We got some talking in. Don't worry, people that were saying that I was falling asleep, I was just locked in looking for entries. Okay, so
Trading
I'll
with a quarterly
see
pivot.
here. Let's see here. It's a
Wow.
lot of strength right now in the indices and the NASDAQ.
Wow,
And
we're really
chat
gonna go
actually
sweep
was
that.
chat was very bullish as well. 59% of the chat was bullish today from the poll. So type 1 in the chat if you also took longs this morning. I'm just interested to see if anyone else took longs, whether it was Pax's style of trading, whether you trade ICT, whatever. You see that a lot of times your strategies align with the same ideas. A lot of
Yeah,
people took longs
Stellar
this
Stellar
piece.
says 7611 is Globex's expected range high in the ES. That's pretty close to the Menthor Q's 1 day max level there. And actually that 809. So 7609 is Menthor Q's level. So those two numbers are jiving, man.
7605 is also Pax's third rotation to the upside.
Here we
So
go.
Baby.
Yeah. So if you guys bought those 88s and 90s, I hope you did. Then 0305 is going to be the level that you're going to take profit at. So put your offer in. Oh, you're stopped out. Fucking NASDAQ got right to the quarterly pivot and failed.
I'm still in my trade. We'll see if I want us to hold 212s. So far we wicked it. So far so good, I think.
Tanya, how does it work? What are you looking for on time frames? For like how do you toggle between time frames?
Very
Got the
quickly.
NASDAQ right to the quarterly pivot and failed.
Very quickly.
No, like you're like how do you're sitting here looking at the open, you're thinking, 15-minute, 5-minute.
Yeah, I like to look at, well, I always look at the 4 hour. I think that I marked out this section that we popped back down to during London session on the 4 hour time frame as well. And then we had some shifts upwards and yeah, don't want to fade the market, want to go long and we did have nice wicks there. And then on the 5 minute, essentially I saw that we had a fair value gap on the 5. So essentially it was the section between this candle's low and then this next candle's high. So it's a series of 3 candles and you see that there is a drop there. So I highlight that on the 5 minute. And then I saw, yeah, we were rejecting from there when we had that back and forth whipsaw in the morning in the open. We were rejecting there at first. A couple times we were wicking hard, so I was waiting until we closed above it. And I have my levels as well as the midnight open, 8:30 open, 9:30 open. And we were wicking those areas until we finally closed above. And then I was like, okay, I'll long a pullback here, thinking that we could unravel quick. And that's where you have to just be quick with your execution. Like Deli always says, you have to be patient for your setup to form, but then be quick on your
Yes.
execution. So you have to not be, trigger shy, as they say.
Right, all right.
Let's see here.
By the
Close
way,
below
everybody,
this.
we're going to 1 o'clock this morning. We're not stopping at noon. We're going all the way to 1 o'clock. We will have a shift change later on this morning. XYZ, Christian, and Dasha, also known as Lumi Trades, will be here as well midday, taking over. So 1 o'clock, all the way straight. Take an hour off. 2 o'clock, we're back. Shay will do an afternoon update, and then we're going to trade the close with Jack, Joey, and Stowe. And remember, it's a regular close today. I get a lot of questions saying, "Oh, Jim, it's a holiday."
All right.
4th of July Saturday. It's a regular close today.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting. All right, so I just put my stop up to that last little swing low we just made at 956. We pretty much wicked this 1 minute FEG, and now I just want that to be the low. So the stop's in profit. If it comes back lower than that, the momentum's kind of dried up, so I'll be out of the trade anyway.
NASDAQ went right to that quarterly pivot and popped lower.
We'll see if it can get any more strength here now.
So your
It's kind of my
stop
last
now is
line
above
of
your entry, so you're looking pretty, you're sitting pretty.
wait, Pax,
Yeah.
when you say
Keeping it
quarterly
tight
pivot,
today.
sorry, go ahead, Tanya.
No, sorry, I'm just keeping it tight today.
Okay.
It could actually come back down into a 3 minute here, but I want it to be better than that. I could always get a better entry later. What did you say, Salma?
I just wanted to ask Pax real quick. That quarterly pivot level of yours changes every quarter, I assume?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you've already got that level set, even though we're 2 days in to the new quarter? Or are you referencing previous quarter?
No, this quarter. This quarter's quarterly pivot is 30,000, and the Nasdaq is 30,263, and the S&P is 7508.
And that number is staying the same for the next 3 months.
Yes, the entire life of the September contract. But
Okay.
it's always important. The markets always remember and trade through the quarterly pivots. Always.
Okay, so now do you still also keep in consideration last quarters, or that's it, it's done?
Yeah.
Okay.
In 20
Okay.
years, I call them plans.
Bro, knowing you, you will still remember it, yes.
Yeah, in 20 years, we'll still trade to the quarterly pivots.
Okay,
Always
cool.
does. The markets rotate to and through the same levels all the time. You just have to know what to look at.
Right here, Nasdaq's coming back up, new high of day.
There you go, Tanya. Love it.
Let's see if we can get
Let's go.
some speed through it, though. ES is lagging a bit.
Okay, so regular close today. Tomorrow, yeah, there's that. The Globex is open. Most markets are open till noon, but again, institutional desks are going to be closed. It's a holiday officially here in the U.S. I know the European markets might still be open. I don't even know, but usually not a great recipe for trading. So remember that, folks, because of the schedule change today. So, PAX. Good seeing you on your birthday, man. Thanks for being here on you're on vacation. It's your birthday, and yet you're still here. Thank you so much for doing this.
Oh, it was fun. And sorry if I did talk over the girls that were the ladies that were trading. I am not trading. I've got my patriotic shorts on. I'm gonna go have breakfast, go sit in the sun, go lift weights and run. I'm gonna try to run through the countryside a little bit today.
Very, very awesome. Well, again, thank you so much for PAX for doing that. You have a great time with your family, 4th of July holiday. Looking forward to seeing you next week, and let's get ready to kind of dip out of here and let these two do their thing.
Get after it, you guys. You guys are the greatest. Thank you for letting me be with you, Tanya. Have so much fun at the Croatian game today, and Salma. You're the best. You guys are both the best. I'll talk to you both this weekend. Hey, Tanya, send me some pictures, okay?
I will.
Yeah, Tanya and Salma have a great 4th as well. We'll see you guys next week.
One more
thing.
Have
a great 4th.
Tanya flew to Toronto yesterday privately. How do you like that?
Fancy.
Oh my gosh, no, it was just a small plane.
Well, I told her to pretend it was like a private plane.
It was good though. I was able to watch. It was great Wi-Fi. I was able to stream the U.S. men's game on the flight.
See, that's cool. All right, you guys are the greatest. Thank you for allowing me to pontificate a little bit, and I'll see you all next week. God bless you all.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday and
Happy
enjoy the
birthday.
4th, you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Happy birthday!
And then there were 2.
Woo!
I'm not
All
convinced
right.
by that woo, Tanya.
Oh boy, I hope production clipped my last woo. I think that was the biggest woo you'll ever get.
Bro, PAX hasn't even been gone for 30 seconds and someone is already saying it's so quiet. Chat. I'm having issues here with my display connection, so I'm a bit annoyed. I can't get this thing to work. The first time that happens.
This is looking good. I'm hoping we pump up.
I'm still waiting for some sort of pullback, even if it's on the 5. Give me like RTH. Not RTH. Give me a previous day high at like 79 and I'll long this on ES.
Might be asking for too much.
You think?
Yeah, Nasdaq's pumping up here. I think yeah. We retested previous day high already a couple times at like 9:45. I guess. Let's see if we can get my 319 level. I'll be happy then. We'll get nice Nice trade in on a short week. Like I said, I'm not going to be looking for home runs, but this is already very good. Very good trade so far. Let's see. Yes, hit new high of day. That'll be nice. Nasdaq's been above new high of day for like 4 minutes now, actually.
Yeah, Iman, I see MGC looks like it's breaking out of, well, before it was breaking out of this, there was a flag, a falling wedge on the 5 minute, and it broke out of it. Oh, but I'm not gonna touch it. Had my fair share of GC yesterday, so I'm good.
Victor Hernandez asked Tanya go through entry for it, please. There's fair value gaps right here. It's pretty simple. The bullish ones here. Boom. And I marketed in. Like this wick was happening very quick. Like, yeah, marketed in. I got in at just the opening of the candle. It was pretty good.
Guess I gotta place any type of limits through my phone.
950. So I've been just trade for 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Victor. Hope it's gonna be fun. World Cup's bringing people together. I didn't know the pack's only gonna be here until 10. I just wasn't reading into it. But that was nice. That was fun talk.
Yeah, it's always fun when PAX is on.
Yeah.
Calling him Papa PAX is crazy. Bro. Mihar, I don't have a trade to give. I'm sorry. There's just, I mean, maybe Russell Longs look good. But
I would like
I need to
NASDAQ
place. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm managing my trade like NASDAQ to stay above like 220s. That's my level. So far it's looking good. I'm not too worried about like deeper pullbacks. ES is looking pretty stable. I do have MES open on another screen. It looks good to me. I like essentially will eyeball things with like FEGs and see, okay, this one wasn't completely filled. This is a 30-second one, so it could come back into this area. I'm not worried about it. This could be a deep pullback. And we'll see now. Now I'd like to see some strength going back up.
Yeah, I just got into Russell Longs.
Oh, nice.
Only 3 micros. Again, I gotta manage this through my phone. My mouse is really acting up here. Well, not my mouse, my whole setup. Just super weird.
All right, so we held the 220 area so far in the NASDAQ. We're at 240s. Let's see us spool upwards would be cool. Tanya, you trading micros? Yeah, brother. Wide width ranges, short week, 4th of July weekend.
Wait, Tanya, are you still targeting 319? I know I asked
Yes.
before.
Yeah,
but-
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I got you.
See if we can do it.
I got you. I'm just
We're
gonna
back
full
at
screen.
220s right now. Let's see what NASDAQ does.
Full screen the Russell here. Is this your first Thursday/Friday on NT?
I thought we were on a Thursday together one time.
No, but I mean like, well, this is technically a Friday.
Sure,
Yeah.
Friday, yeah. Nasdaq's
Yeah.
a nasty dump right there. All right, I got stopped out in profit there. Didn't want to spool all the way. All right, maybe we will get to that previous day high. You're looking for an ES then. Okay. Back to the drawing board, people. Now I'm just gonna look now on since momentum dried up, then I look on a higher time frame again. All right. ES. I think I was looking at the 3-minute here. Okay, we're in this 3-minute zone right now. Where's 10 a.m. open? Wow, we're below 10 a.m. opens by quite a bit. Okay.
I want to see Russell hold this 48.50 area here.
259. 259.
Time's the game, Tanya?
7 p.m., but the party starts at 1.
Ooh. So right after here, you're going straight there.
I'm gonna eat lunch first, yeah.
Nice. Are you there
But
the
yeah,
whole
I'll get
week,
ready.
weekend, or are you just
No, I gotta get back to the US before 4th of July.
I'm
I'm going
dead.
back tomorrow.
All right, that's a quick, nice little getaway trip.
It's only a hour-and-a-half flight from New York, so not
You
too
actually
bad.
took a private flight?
No.
Oh.
No, they added a lot of flights because it's the World Cup. So it was like 20 rows on the plane. I was like, this is probably one of the smallest planes I've been on.
Oh, wow.
And um yeah, 2 rows, the two people per, just 2 aisles and 2 people per aisle. And I was like, well, 4 across. And so I was like 80 people on the plane only. And I texted back, so I was like, I'm on this tiny plane right now. And while they're filling up the fuel, they can't have the AC on. It has to be powered. Well, the engine can't power the AC because the engine's off. So they had to power it through like the building or I don't know, electricity from somewhere else. And it kept going in and out. And it's been a heat wave right now. I was like sitting there for 10
Yeah,
minutes.
this is the worst day
No
for that.
AC.
Oh, man.
Yeah. All right, let's
That's
see.
cool, though.
Yes.
Enjoy the game. Be a good time, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be good. Three minutes. 5 minute here.
All right, we're getting good movement.
Yeah, we're getting
Like
good movement
this.
back up off of that previous day high, that level that you were looking at for ES actually.
Mm-hmm.
Bounced right there.
Oh, damn. I didn't.
I said we might get it.
Wasn't
It happened
paying
only for a
attention.
second. You're in your Russell. You up?
Yeah.
You up right now in Russell?
Yeah. But that was a nice retracement. That was definitely what I wanted to see. Literally exactly what I wanted to see. It's beautiful. I was watching it play out. You got previous day high as well as the 9 EMA on the 5-minute, both getting retested. And
Yeah.
now we can definitely push to previous week high and even that third rotation to the upside for Pax's level, which would be 76.05 on ES. Guys, I'm gonna get him to give me the Russell rotations, and I'm gonna add that
We're
to
getting
the indicator.
big movement, yeah. Sheesh.
Yeah, that was nice. See, and like a retracement to previous day high on ES, I would be more comfortable longing that because you're not longing the highs, right? You got a 15 points or so pullback from the highs. That's pretty decent. And now you get that, you enter, and we bounce right away, and now you can target that previous week high. Can you get him to give you gold rotations also? I can see. I think that'd be pushing it. I'll try and see if he can do that as well. Yeah.
All right, I'm back in my NASDAQ longs.
Nice. Let's go. Let's ride this momentum up. Let me pull up the Russell chart. Yeah, definitely want to see Russell get some legs and start running here. Oh, so he has spoken about gold rotation before. Okay. I'll double check with him then. If he's got it, it should be very easy for me to implement into the indicator. I don't know how the rotations are calculated now. It's based off of I think he was saying it's based off of like the range, like the ATR range that we're in. But I don't know like what that's calculated based off. Is it the year or is it I really don't know. Because I know ES's 15 points has been the same for like the past 2 years or so. I don't ask. I just know it works.
All right. See NASDAQ.
Damon, I think it was 90 points previously when gold was moving the way it was moving a few months ago. But yeah, it is calculated based off of he mentioned briefly to me that it's calculated, it's got ATRs plays a role in it. It does. It's the ranges.
Don't drop on me now, NASDAQ. You gotta bounce right now. Sheesh, bro.
Yeah,
I'm still
NQ's
in
been
it,
the
but like
weakest
that's like kind of crazy. Yeah, NQ has been weaker.
all week.
We'll see. Man, I got stopped out. See if it takes this low. Doesn't take this low, I'll feel like some type of way. We'll see. Messy action there. Oh, let me cancel that one. Sheesh.
Someone said messy.
Ha 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 ha. Nice puns. Nice dad pun. Yeah, that's disappointing, NASDAQ. All right. Let me see the heat map right now. We are okay. Apple's up 3.7%, Meta's down 3.8, Tesla's down 3.6. All right. Well, doesn't seem like I'm out of that trade. I wanted some momentum there, so I'm just gonna have to wait now. I don't really have a better idea now. Let's see.
Even yesterday, ES was pretty resilient while NQ was dropping. I think ES
I
might
need
be
to
a better
remember what I do
trade.
yesterday. I took NASDAQ longs yesterday too, though. Let me think. Yeah, I took NASDAQ longs. But I was like all day, you mean? I think it still was long. Yeah.
No, I remember NASDAQ being the reason why we dropped.
Mm. It's pretty sloppy. Should I say messy or sloppy, chat? Okay. NFP vibes. Today's NFP, typically it's not really a trending day NFP. Thought we would get back to the NFP high though on the NASDAQ. ES did and closed above. It's super strong still. Um, let's see. The ATR I have for last 5 days on ES is 90. Let's see. ES, 90 points. How much do we move so far today is 74. To go to that previous weekly high, it's only 80 points. So it's not asking too much. All right.
Look at the YM. Resilient right now.
Yeah, it is. See, did it hit previous week high? Yeah.
It did, yeah. Took
New
a
all-time
previous
highs?
week high and previous day high. What'd you say?
New all-time highs for their YM. Right?
I think so. I can't. This
I'll
whole
take a
mouse
look.
situation's annoying me. Yeah, it is. It
Yeah,
is.
it is.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nasdaq's being the
Rotation out of
problem
tech.
child today. Yeah.
Rotation out of tech and into boomer stocks.
There's still some tech in boomers in the boomer index, which is funny. There's Nvidia. Is in
Sniper
YM.
Chris, 13 points is not a huge stop.
Oh man, that's what happened to me at the NinjaTrader meetup. Someone came up to me and asked me, was like, how do you have your stops are so wide? Like
Like that's not wide.
I keep like just under a tiny low or like they're asking me only a few points. And I was like, what? But
Yeah,
that
I
person
think
was only
guys,
trading for 2 months though, and I was like, okay, whatever.
it's all subjective and it all depends on your sizing. I mean, if you're sized properly,
Yeah.
then you have the luxury of a wider stop. And again, I still don't think 13 points is wide. Well, their words was so huge. I don't think 13 points is so huge.
That's funny. So huge, huge. Man. Graylium, you trade the boomer index. You probably
I
had
like
a better
YM
time today
too.
longing YM than I had longing NQ. Nasty price is a funny pun. 2020 says market's being super unpatriotic right now, calling the guards. LOL.
Yeah.
Chat's funny.
Ahmed, I am using my levels indicator. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yeah, NASDAQ, dude, what are we doing?
Playing games,
We
brother.
just went red on the day.
Yeah. Breaking my heart. Toxic. You said a lot of people were watching Larry Williams yesterday, right? I have to watch the
Bro,
replay.
dude, we had so many likes in the afternoon stream. It was awesome.
Sick.
The afternoon traders were taking credit for that like count.
Nah, it was the legend Larry Williams.
Yeah, no, that was a great segment. A lot of people showed up and chat was vibrant. Oh, we have a message here. Deli says, Tanya and Salma, did you guys remind chat? We're giving away a hoodie to someone on our newsletter on Monday. We did not, but we can talk about it right now. Guys, Deli is feeling generous, and on Monday, he wants to give away a hoodie to one special winner. All you guys need to do is subscribe to the newsletter. Simple as that. Newsletter is free. You get it straight to your inbox every single morning. And then you have a potential to win a free hoodie. And let me tell you, I just got one. They're great quality, guys.
Woo.
So tune into me and Tanya's segment on Monday.
Wait, so you got your hoodie? Finally.
Huh? Yeah, I did. I got the black, all black with the orange lettering that says NinjaTrader.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, so that one. Yes.
The
That's my favorite
OG.
one. That's my favorite one.
Bro, guys. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're giving out. I don't know if that's what they're giving out or if it's going to be a different one, special edition. But I'm sure whatever it is going to be great merch. The quality is always awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And NinjaTrader just posted the link in chat, guys. So just follow the directions there.
Nice, you already subscribed. Cool. Yeah, ICT was in the chat yesterday. Like Pax said, a lot of people look up to Larry because he's the OG of the OGs. He was trading in the 60s.
All right, well, we just got a sell off here and I got stopped out. So yeah, I'll wait.
That's exactly what I said. I'm like,
Yeah.
remember in kindergarten when like the teachers like stands at the front of the class and it's like, I'll wait while you're too loud. That's what I feel like right now.
Yeah, yeah. Just subscribed. Cool.
Sick. Yeah, this is a wild. What's a 4 hour look like right now? Oh my gosh. Oh boy. It's a great newsletter. Small positions and wide stops is the way to go, but we are degenerates, LOLs. That's funny. That's a funny message in the chat. Yeah, sometimes, honestly, every time I feed my inner degenerate, never ends well. Never ends well. So don't feed it. Don't feed the inner gambler. Don't feed the inner degen. That's how you make them stronger, right? Very tempting. It's the hardest thing to do. To just like pause for a minute. It's like, okay. Now we are at a new low of session for NASDAQ. They giveth and they taketh away. Sheesh. What a quick drop that was. ES is now just like deeply retracing as well. Are we going to break lower on ES as well? What do you guys think? It's kind of wild. We're back in the 4 hour area.
Sorry about that.
Gap fill? Let's see. You know what? I didn't put up the RTH gap. I don't really see which gap fill you talking about. To the upside, we have a gap as well. All right, yeah, yesterday I played longs, traded longs into it, but This is kind of wild. We're below previous day low on the Nasdaq. ES is dropping more. Why is this quick changes quick?
Yeah, that's pretty nasty sell-off.
It is very nasty.
Well, ES back at its 30-second OR high. Coincides with a bunch of other levels too. Asia high, midnight open right below. 30-minute 90 EMA. Let's see if buyers do anything here, but it's really NASDAQ dragging us lower.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Nasdaq's the weaker sister today.
Yep. We're at Asia lows on NQ here too. Anyone in chat catch that?
I also was weirded out by how volatile that was. Let's see.
What do you mean?
It was just like, oh, someone was like, well, did any news come out
Oh,
for that drop? Let me take a look. I'm like, what time was that?
I think I could be wrong. And no, I'm not gonna say it. Maybe Tracy can chime in if there was news.
Yeah, I'm seeing some different things about the Hormuz Strait, but
Mm-hmm.
that's every day kind of.
No news, she says. Okay.
All right. ES just bounced on 8:30 open. ES did not take out new low of session.
Yeah, that's what I saw too, Blue Star. I saw key European nations accept Hormuz Strait fees are inevitable, and that seemed to be around the same time when we started to drop, but I don't know if that was actually the driver.
Me neither, I saw it too.
Let's see.
Let's see. Nasdaq's still weak.
Yeah, it's NQ and the Russell, both super, super weak. ES trying to
Yeah,
hold the line.
if I were to take a long again, I'd probably ditch Nasdaq, go for ES.
Yeah. YM and ES are really trying to hold here. Well, I am on a solo mission. Yeah, that's why I'm for you. I'm still gonna wait though to take anything.
Yeah. Market feels mad trappy. I'm just hoping for it better.
Switch to the ES chart.
So
Oops, didn't mean to do that. Go wait like for the next 10 minutes, see what this 15-minute candle does.
another 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, there's still 10 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, so. NQ is just so weak. It's dragging us lower.
Yep. We believed in you, NQ. Honestly, those London lows might be next. They're pretty equal. But let's see. 3 a.m. low. From Thursday. That's today. Cool. Yeah, Robinson, that's what I just. Yep, their 8 minds think alike. That's what I said as well. I didn't even read your chat comment, but yeah, it could get to that London lows. But I mean, I think, yeah. But I'm still gonna hold on to the possibility that we can go higher. He has an intake session low, 9:30 low.
Take care, A007. Have a great weekend. Thanks for hanging. I like that ES is still holding here.
Same. Real
Find
Morford, I was trying to you'll have to explain that more because I was reading your comment earlier, I just still didn't get it. Find the algo you're long. That's good.
Andre says, is it possible to lock out on Lucid dashboard? I'm not sure what you mean, but if you're asking if you can lock out of your accounts because you're up on the day or you no longer want to trade, then yeah, you download the NinjaTrader app, you log in with your Lucid credentials, and then there is a big button that says lock out. You hit
Yeah,
that and you get locked out, but just keep in mind it's not per account, it's all of your accounts.
which is the best. You don't why,
Yeah, but they are gonna roll out a feature where it will be per account and you can kind of choose which one. So yeah, you can lock out. You just gotta go through
okay.
the Ninja app. Oh, your accounts are rhythmic, then yeah, I'm not sure.
When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. All right.
All right, 5-minute looking good so far in ES. I'm honestly not convinced though, unless we can get above 75. Clear 75 and
Me too. I actually have that marked out. For me, it's like, yeah, 74.50.
yeah, I would like for us to get above that and then for NASDAQ to stop being a little
Party pooper.
yeah, party pooper. That's what I was going with.
Yeah, holding everyone back. And yeah, for NASDAQ, I'd want it to get back above like 30,010.
Mm-hmm.
Abdul, Tanya, are you taking another
30,000.
trade? I'll take it if, if things start looking better. If ES starts breaking over, like we just said, 75s. And we're not making any new swing high yet, so I'm not gonna rush into it. Like right now, NASDAQ is being toxic.
All right, come on. Chat, what do you guys think is gonna happen? You guys think we make our way back up higher or do we go lower? Because it could go either way here. London lows on NAS. A lot of bearish people in chat.
Someone said target 29,300. DM said.
Today,
That's kind of wild.
it can happen. The way NASDAQ moves, it's not far-fetched, but damn. Yeah, wow. Okay. This is pretty wild.
Or is that London low approaching? There we go. Who was that in the chat that asked me about that? There's your London low hit. COVID lows, NASD. That's wild. Okay, ES just hit new low of the session. It hit that 930 low. So sheesh.
They said new COVID lows today. They want COVID lows. Those are funny. Wow. This will likely be it for me once we get off here. off my desk. Pee pee poo poo. I didn't even realize Tanya got ducked. And Q failed at the quarterly pivot. Yep, that's a nasty drop, Pax. Very nasty. Even you have the Dow struggling to get above previous week high too. Just weakness across the board right now. Jess says, I wonder if XY got low. Got low on NQ? Do you mean short? You can ask him in a couple minutes when he comes on. Yes, bouncing off that monthly, quarterly open. Guys, remember I said I would wait 10 minutes until I decided if I wanted to go long. 15-minute candle closed very differently than how it looked 10 minutes ago. Not too appealing to me right now. Yeah, the Grail Man. We need a woman business duck. That's what we need. This one's got a suit and stuff. We need one with one that looks a little girlier. A girly duck, yeah. She's back though. I'm back. What's up, Tanya? She ignore me, chat? Xander, I mean, we could still very well close green on the day by end of day.
Yeah.
That's still not out of the question.
I find it easier if it's a back and forth day. Stick with one side.
Oh, wait, I'm muted. I'm not muted. Am I muted? No.
I think I'm fine.
They're messing with us. Chad, don't do that. Bro, late April Fools. Fiber optic. Oh, God. That's funny.
Ha 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 ha. Funniest joke ever. Gotta get better. Gotta come up with better things than that. Come on.
Seriously.
Let's think. For all the bears in the chat, do you guys think that we're gonna get back to the weekly open here today? You think that Nasdaq could potentially turn red on the week? Let me know. We'll put a poll in the chat. 280s. I think that's what someone said that was their
Target.
price target. Yeah.
Are you gonna keep trading after this?
No.
Me neither. Done.
No, because yeah, I got a game to get to. I'm
Oh
tired. I
yeah,
had to
yeah,
a
that's
flight
right.
yesterday.
You've got your party. Forgot.
Let's see. What can we get here? What can we get? What game am I going to? I'm going to the Croatia versus Portugal World Cup game in Toronto Stadium. I bought tickets like 2 days ago.
I'm
So I wanted
surprised
to
we
go to
were
a
able
World
to
Cup.
find tickets for decent price.
I would say it was okay price. Could have been worse. I paid 1,800 a ticket.
Bro, what? That's decent? Tell me your seats are good.
They're pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy because I wanted to be on the side. I don't want to be behind the goal because you get to better depth perception. You can see like the whole field better.
Mm-hmm.
Like have you been to a basketball game? Oh, no, you
Yeah,
haven't yet. Have you?
I have. Yeah, yeah. I've seen
Okay,
the
okay. Not
Knicks.
Knicks yet, but yeah, okay.
No, I've seen the Knicks regular
Oh yeah,
season.
wait, I saw recently you were there, weren't you?
Yeah, I was at it was a little lame though. It was the last home game of the season
Okay.
and they had all the starting players sat because they didn't want them to get
Oh, that's
injured.
annoying.
So I was sitting here watching the freaking bench
That
play.
sucks.
It's not that fun of a game. But
Yeah.
it was still great seats.
Yeah. Exactly. So like I've been to the Knicks game and then I was like I was like behind the one of the hoops, but like slightly to the side, not directly behind. I'm like, I'd rather be on in the middle of the court,
Mm-hmm.
so I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
see both sides better. So I got those types of seats and I'm happy. Could have been worse. Like the next seats in that same section were like 3K. That's what I'm saying. I've got not the worst, but not the best.
Bro, yeah, I mean, yeah. It is a
I want
once in a
it's not
lifetime
gonna
kind
happen.
of
Yeah.
thing too. So
Yeah.
Amelia, congratulations. 1.8K up on the funded. Nice.
Sick. Awesome.
Yeah, Eric, I was at the garden.
The garden's the best.
Yeah, I didn't pay for those tickets, thankfully, but the seats are so good. It was just such a crappy game because it was just me watching the bench players.
Yeah, I can't
They
imagine. Also,
didn't even play like some of my favorite bench players. It was the bench players for the bench players. It was just I was
the
watching
third string, not
yeah, I
even the
was
second
watching
string.
rookies, dude. It was I'm like, okay, I'm ready to leave.
Well, at least you didn't pay for it. I can't imagine if like I saw like the World Cup game, Norway versus France, they benched like 10 out of their 11 players because they already were through the group. And I was like, I can't imagine if the fans that like bought those tickets and then they don't see their
Yeah, be
favorite players
livid.
play.
No, I got the seats for free because I my brother-in-law works for Lexus and they give him free tickets to certain games. Well, he puts in for them and then he gets them. Ain't nobody giving out free tickets to a G League game. You still gotta pay. The what? X6. I haven't really been watching the World Cup, but I guess Morocco.
Oh yeah, I did watch the Morocco game. That was I was in the airport yesterday. Morocco. Wait, was that yesterday? No.
2 days ago, I
No, that
think.
was yeah, 2 days ago. Yesterday was Belgium, Senegal in the airport. That was a good game too.
Um,
The Morocco versus Netherlands was just now. Yeah. And yeah, I felt I was it was late when they were playing that game. I was watching it extra time. I fell asleep on my couch.
oh, that's the game you fell asleep for?
I think so. I've watched so many. I don't even. It's hard to keep track. Yeah, today's going to be a good matchup. Modric versus Ronaldo, former Real Madrid teammates, both doing their last dance at the World Cup.
Can you please explain 50% consistency rule? Sure. So you take your profit target, divide that by 2, and whatever number that comes out to be, that's the number you can't get above in one singular day. So let's say that number is 1,500. You can't make more than 1,500 in a single day. So you can stay within consistency. Hope that helps.
Man, I was on the plane watching the USA Bosnia game, but I watched like the first half because the plane flight's only an hour. But I was going through customs during the second half, so I didn't see the red card happen. I didn't see the second goal caught like the end of the game, but I was like, damn, can't believe the USA got a red card. What does chat think? Who watched that game? Should it have been a red card?
Someone said that was BS. Call was bogus.
Yellow at most. It was unintentional. It was dangerous but unintentional. Messi did the same thing in no card, but you see, Messi's in the script. Messi is in FIFA's script, so they're going to give it to him. They're going to give him the penalty to take, and they're not going to give him the red card. He's the favorite. Yeah, I think the red card was when I saw the replay, man, I think he broke his ankle probably. It was looked nasty. But it was not intentional. He wasn't like looking to do that. I think they were both looking at the ball. Tanya, did you see Belgium versus Senegal? Yes, I was in the airport. They had it all on all the screens. That was a good game too, 3-2. And Belgium had a penalty at the end, basically won it there. When does the drawdown begin and end for the actual day? So if it's end of day drawdown, it's going to end either at 4 p.m. or 4:10 p.m. or 5 p.m. It depends when when your prop firm says you can't trade anymore for that day. Typically, it's like 5 p.m. But some prop firms, as you know, if you hold like past 4 and then it's like 4:10 p.m., they'll just close your positions for you. So then that's the end of the day. And then from there, your drawdown is calculated for the next day. Yeah, they show the replay like 10 times. Hard to unsee the ankle for anyone has had ankle injury. It was nasty. I feel terrible. I've had a sprained ankle, yes, many times. But I actually tore my ACL playing volleyball at a club, like club volleyball, and they record all the games and the matches. So, and that was on video, and I have the video clip. And it was like a freak accident. It was very gruesome. Tore my ACL, meniscus, and MCL. Brutal.
Tanya,
What?
how'd you do all that?
Landed on the base of the pole of the volleyball net like unevenly when I hit it, and then I felt landed and yeah, it's crazy. And I rewatched the
Ouch.
replay like 100 times, and it was probably not healthy to do. I haven't watched it in like years. Yeah.
What's up?
Hello,
Hello,
guys.
hello.
Full
Morning.
house.
Oh, yeah.
DEI Fridays.
Thursdays.
Well, no, it's Synthetic Friday, dude.
Synthetic. Sim.
Synthetic.
It's a Sim Friday.
Oh God, you guys getting any good trades?
I got 3 trades today.
Lumi's on fire. I heard you were short.
Yeah, I went long on NQ, got partial 100 points. The rest up at break even. Then tried to enter long again, stopped out. So basically, lost everything I made on first trade. Then I shorted ES, closed most position off in 30 points profit, still holding micro, just 1 micro left.
Nice.
Aiming for daily open on ES at 75, 35.50. Just micro left. Let's see if you're gonna go there.
What about you guys?
Just one for me. Hold on, my NinjaTrader is like lagging right now. Just the offer second time 29,970s down to IB low after it broke already, and then the overnight low. I wanted to short higher, but second time around they were getting weak here again, so just took that. Just 2 lots. I mean, we still got 2 hours here, so I'll be sitting around seeing.
All right, cool. Chris? You're muted. Think.
Oh yeah, thanks. I took a trade earlier and I wasn't along right now, but I closed it.
Nice. I tried long, got stopped out. Nothing else for me. Calling it here.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
actually I expected more from the longs. I thought we'd get like bigger
Same.
pullbacks at least to short, but
Yeah.
pretty weak.
I expect to get pre-market high on NQ. I was in from like, I know, like from 170, 170 on MNQ. Took partial at 275. And like final CP was basically pre-market high at 319, 320. Never hit this, reversed.
Yeah, I wanted 319s on NASDAQ also. Didn't hit it.
Yeah.
It's looking so good.
All right, guys. Good luck and hope you guys all have a great 3-day weekend.
You too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck and good
Yeah.
trading.
See you
Guys, have a
guys.
good weekend.
Bye,
Toodles.
chat.
Good weekend. Bye,
Ciao.
chat. Ciao.
I expect to get more to downside, guys.
Yeah.
Pretty weak.
Let me-
Semis are breaking down. So I think so too.
I want to get short again.
NQ trying to, not NQ, yes, trying to respect New York midnight open. I'm still holding short. Just micro left. Would like to see daily open since the NQ trading way below this level.
Wasn't long before on NQ. I truly believe like we're gonna hit 319. Never ever did.
Thank you,
Lower,
chat.
lower.
Thank you. Yeah, just got back last night, so I have
Where
not
were
even been
you?
looking at the markets.
Where were you?
London.
Ooh. Oh,
Yeah,
you went to
since
this prop firm
yeah, I
expo?
was
Oh yeah, got
there.
it. I got the invites, but I was like, no, I can't do this. I cannot make it.
Yeah, the flight is like it's 10 hours each way. It's like almost
10
11
hours.
for me yesterday, so it sucks. It really sucks. But I'm back now. I first time looking at a chart at all for about a week now, and it doesn't look like that much has happened apart from crazy Globex sessions. But
I heard lots
yeah.
of people were there, and it was like extremely small place.
Well, that's kind of the crazy part. The place is massive. It is
Massive.
so massive. And
Why people were waiting in line for 3 hours?
yeah, that's the crazy thing. There was so many people, but the place was huge. Yeah, while you're in there, you're hearing it like, oh, this is happening outside. I'm like, oh, whoa, really? Like, yeah, I think it's a matter too of it's a growing space, trading in general, and then futures trading, and then the prop space. So maybe unprecedented turnout, but hey, look, you manage the tickets. It's your job to manage, admissions and stuff. So it did get really crazy, but the place was definitely huge. So
So I went to MOT event. I guess it was like when it was November 2025.
mhm.
It was so good. It was such a good event, well organized. So I love everything about this.
That's
Oh,
what
I hit my final
that's what
TP.
everyone was
Yay!
saying. It's like the opposite. What they were saying about that versus the one last week. I mean, I felt really bad. I mean, you hear about people flying in and then
Mhm.
getting turned away. That's something else entirely. That's not like you just drove, an hour or two somewhere and didn't make it, but people were flying. But there's a lot of people.
So once in Q, not in QES, we lose daily open. So basically, it's going to be big displacement below 75.26. I want to see huge sell off, like another 80 points drop on ES.
Mhm.
We can drop like, I know, like around like thousands of points on NQ. Then so it hit my final TP. I took total 3 trades. It was win, then loss, then win again. So I'm ending up this day with almost $600 in profit on 5 accounts. I was trading Take Profit Trader Pro accounts today.
There's a casual 650 point range. Okay. That high on ES looks real interesting, huh? They're really
How's this
What
huge
the hell's the
displacement? I think we're gonna drop like hard now. So next up on ES gonna be 74.80. I'm not sure
Man, look at
about
this
weekly
drop.
open, but yeah, that's wild. And honestly, I didn't see a single short opportunity on NQ. I was like, no way it's gonna fail to take pre-market high. But it failed. We got SMT technically at highs. Reason of the short on ES was SMT. But yeah, I tried like long twice on NQ, stopped out twice. I can actually show you because I took on these
Oh, so
accounts.
you were short ES this whole time?
I was shorting ES from the top and I just closed for 43 points, but it was my trade on M and Q this morning. Let's see if you can see this. Yeah, I entered long, partialed pretty much at the high. The rest up at break even. Then we got another exactly same setup here. So I entered the trade. Stop loss was basically my profit that I made on previous trade. Stopped out and didn't try anymore. I saw ES offered validation of short and I entered short on ES after this. And here we are. Oops. Something
Nice.
happened. Something happened here. Guys, do you experience same issue or that's me when like no candles?
I barely got on the charts like what's this 30 minutes ago. So I haven't seen anything in the morning. I've been okay.
I have this problem for 2 weeks, but it's okay. It's fine.
Well, I remember you had an issue last time we streamed together. I don't know, it was like a week or two ago, heading into the weekend, when
Oh
you couldn't
yeah.
even like get fills or something. Is it the
No,
same
It's fine.
thing?
she placed the trade, but then she couldn't open the desktop app, something like that.
It's fine. So it's my problem. It still works. I can execute. It's fine.
It's fine.
She's just trading so many accounts, 800 accounts, that the
Like,
computer
it's
slowed
fine.
down.
I'm okay. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. Yeah.
Everything's fine, guys.
I just think it's funny that I can't.
950 order block, 950 AM order from Yes, the best entry. Let me see 950, 950. Oh, so pretty much where I enter it. Okay. That was the data for the
Yeah,
yes.
guys,
Let me take a screenshot of this.
I learned beans and toast is a thing. It's not like beans and toast, but the breakfast has beans, which are pretty good. I don't know about beans and toast, but
Yeah, how's the food over there?
I mean, nowhere has food like LA, that's for sure. But we went to a lot of good places.
I know,
Uh,
guys. Maybe it's me because yesterday I went to the place. I don't remember the name, but it's like popular here in Boca, South Florida. They cook like salads, like chopped salads, like different wraps, and it's like lined like 50 people in line. Like it goes outside, and then we were staying in this line for like 30 minutes just to try this food. People like so obsessed with it. Some was like, "How you can even just eat this?" It's like it was super salty. And people like, I mean, I don't understand when people say like best American food here, here, and here. And when I go there, it's always like, no, thank you. No, thank you for me.
Lumi's big American now. She knows her American food. I mean, that event was in Miami, right? So you've been to Miami. I'm sure you've been to a lot of American places.
So I like a Mexican food so much, as well as I like gyros. I can eat this, but also it's really hard to find good place.
It actually is. I found that it's hard to find good Mexican food outside of LA. Um,
You know,
'Cause
like
there's a lot of
lots of
Mexican
Mexicans
spots
here.
here.
That's what I
Yeah.
want to see. Lots of Mexicans in Florida as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Florida. Florida has really good like there's a lot of Cubans. So first time I had a Cubano out there. And what's that little coffee? Is anyone I don't remember.
Olive Garden? No, it's not for me.
Yeah, street tacos. Do we dare short this?
This nice Mexican place in Hollywood Beach, South Florida.
We just tested a pretty big level in NQ, which is the daily bull bear zone here. Let me share the daily chart. This is the weekly range that we've been in, and this sort of like six, let's say 650s to 800 is the middle level here inside of this whole range, and we keep dancing around it. We're right into that area. So we found the weekly lower high. If you guys have been following my posts and my comments, I highlighted that we were creating this wedge. We bounced, we created the lower high of the wedge, and we're rejecting back down. So all we're doing is ping-ponging as we get to the end of this wedge and right into a pretty big area of support here. I'm surprised we sold off like this on holiday week. Thought it was going to be more choppy.
Ooh, whoa.
Semis are breaking down.
Yes, trying to just pick daily open. NQ definitely left room to go lower.
I'm trying to get short in Q here. But
Man,
not
these
exactly
semis look
making it
bad.
easy.
SPX can drop another like 60 points. Let's see if it's gonna respect OT of current RTH gap. So if it's gonna respect 74.95, can be another short on ES, just for 60 points.
All right, I'm gonna start TPing the short a little bit. And take one off down to 2.
Nice.
See if we can get the 690 and then
Hope to see 680.
I'll take another here. I'm gonna start trailing one. See if we can get to 611, 610. It's a good day to be back in the markets, I guess.
Oh yeah, not bad. This week wasn't bad, by the way. Last week as well was like amazing. On gold, I would like to see break above 41.60, retracement back to 41.40, long from 41.45 after retracement to 41.40. Target will be 42.10. That's my perfect plan on longs, on gold, to trade continuation.
Wow, gold was stuck in that range for 1, 2,
Did
3,
you see
4,
this
5,
move up this
6.
morning? That's wild.
Yeah. 6 days in that range popped up. Okay. Well, gold's been trading lower for a while now. How's Bitcoin? Are we getting close to 40K yet? Does anyone watch Bitcoin?
It's like 62 now. I want to see like Bitcoin to 56K, but don't know when.
All right, we're around 100 points in. I'm gonna see if I need to flan at any point, but 611 is where I want to get to, but I'm happy to close out if it looks like they're gonna bounce it somewhere here.
Hello guys in the chat. Nice displacement below daily open on ES happening now. Let's see if it can stay. SPX expected exactly like key level I want to see. Once again, next up on SPX gonna be 74.30, which is, let me see, it's around like 74.90, 74.80 on ES. I don't want to see any reaction from London low at 75.20. I want to see a sell through this level. I wish I had like one contract left on this short so I could leave runner, but it's okay.
Yeah, me too. I covered one too quickly.
I like
One too
680.
When am I going to join the ICT gang? The only thing I look at is SMTs of that approach.
You
I
do a
don't look
lot of
at
stuff,
anything else.
Chris. You do wedges, you do price action, you do order
that's
flow,
ICT?
you do ICT.
Not really. No.
Chris wants to do all of it.
I'm okay not trading ICT stuff.
Have you taken any trades? Oh, you said you had some longs, right? Earlier?
Yeah. Well, I actually had a short that I caught at the highs, but I closed it at break even because I thought we were going to continue. Like I got short around 240 and I took partials into like 140 for 100 points. And then on the bounce back to 240s, around 1014, I closed it at break even because ES was making new highs. And it's like, you know what? We're probably going to push out higher. But that would have been perfect.
I don't understand people in the chat. Why is it they call ICT traders unprofitable? I can say same for like order flow traders. Don't join this because like lots of unprofitable traders trade in order flow. lots of fun product traders trading like supply and demand. Like
Yeah,
it,
those
it,
wedge
it's
trader
such
guys suck.
that's crazy.
Yeah, the truth is, there's only one thing you need to do. Yeah. It's just manage the risk. And trading gets way easier. But it's hard to really drive that in. Um, Everything works. You could
Exactly.
probably find people who trade moon cycles that make money because everyone has the one thing in common, which is managing the risk. And I hate this. I hate what the words managing risk has become. It's just become a thing you say, a platitude. It means nothing. But the whole idea is just get yourself any strategy that pays you more than it takes from you if your idea is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's really all it is. I don't honestly, it doesn't matter what the hell it is. Just flipping a loaded coin, a rigged coin. Risk to reward. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of people who are like, risk reward trading sucks. I do one to one. This is the truth, and no one wants to hear it. That's cool too. I can't. Um, having a having a stop take out a huge chunk of my profits sucks for me mentally, so it doesn't work for me. But I do think it is very interesting how everyone loves to argue so much about why what they're doing is so much better. If you're making money, I don't know why you'd want to argue with people on the internet.
Yeah,
Right?
I want to make more money, not argue.
You know what's funny? In London, I had a kid come up to me and he was asking about critiquing his trading, and he pulled up TradingView and he was a price action like an ICT trader. And I was like, I'll tell you what I can, but I trade really differently. And ultimately, the conversation boiled down to just risk management. It seemed like his trades were good. They made sense. He was able to articulate them to me quickly, show me the examples. Like he clearly knows what the strategy looks like and what it shouldn't look like. He did his testing. He gave me some data on certain things like level one of a take profit, two or three, or candle weaknesses. He uses like a sequence of three candles a lot, and all good stuff. But his risk was really outsized. He was planning to do like a 150K account, which is like say 4,500 drawdown. Any account, he's giving himself like 2.5 to 3 bullets on a stop. And it just came down to like, look, if what you're saying is true and you're telling me that you have very good data and outcomes and results in your trading, it just sounds like you're trying to preach to the choir to me and tell me that your trading's great. Sure, let's for sake of the conversation, let's believe that. Then why are you having any issues with props? The only thing is scaling, right? You're just sizing way too big. So he wouldn't really want to hear that. He's just like, yeah, well, my testing shows that this is. So I was like, yeah, let's just say your trading is great, but variance is a real thing. You can have the greatest strategy in this entire building, but variance will get you. And then you're buying another account. Whereas you can just size that thing down and let the variance play out, and one account becomes two, becomes three, becomes five. And he just wasn't really having that part of the conversation. He was looking for more passing, more funded, more payouts, ignoring risk and variance. And then luckily, Ocala and Yush, I don't know if people know him in the chat, they came over to say hi. And I was like, thank God you guys are here. I have this aspiring prop trader here who could use some advice from you guys because, well, they were the speakers at the event and it was all about prop and pulling out like 1 million, 3 million payouts in prop. And I was like, please tell him the right way to do this. But before that, he wasn't interested in hearing about risk. And I think that's the holdup for everybody. It doesn't have to be what's the best way to get a sniper entry or find the right direction or I don't know, 100. I nab 10 R trades every day and that kind of bullshit. Just look to dial in your risk, and your equity curve will work itself out. It will work itself out. You can have a coin in your hand and just be flipping that thing. One side is 2R, one side is minus 1R, and you'd be better off for it. Just be so hyper focused on risk. That kid got extra servicing. Yeah. Social media. Yeah, it is. It is. I didn't fault him for it. He was a young kid. Aspiring. Everyone starts somewhere. We see the same things.
Bouncing. You have a divergence here between ES and NQ.
Yeah, trying to hold this. Feels like from nowhere so far, but let me check our chart. Basically, in Q didn't sweep anything. But yeah, we do have divergence.
The Qs are at, I look at the QQQ and SPY, and the Qs are at the weekly open.
Oh, I see. Because weekly
Katie,
open and NQ like 500 points higher.
Would you say
Lower.
Someone said risk and risk of ruin are a little different. I mean, they're very different. And this kid's risk of ruin was astronomical. It was almost guaranteed. He would give himself less than 3 full stops on his account.
You close it.
How did I arrive at 29,611? This little box. Oh, to the tick almost, huh? Yeah, no, it's just this little box. I didn't have some magical. Well, it is magic, but it wasn't from my own brain. Yeah, it's just this box here. It seems like it's about 611-ish. So I see that they tapped it, but nah, it's just this. It wasn't anything super fancy. Not from my own brain, at least.
Maybe once a new low. Or will it hold?
Yeah, ES hasn't even broken overnight low.
Still cannot see like V-shaped reversal. Looks kind of bearish to me as long as below daily open. We got nice question. Which do you prefer to trade in Q or ES? I'm super flexible. I took 2 trades on Q today and 1 short on ES. So depends on who is strongest, who is weakest, and where you see setup. Because once again, it doesn't matter which asset you trade. If you see your model here, take it. Yeah, because sometimes I see nice setup on NQ, but I see nothing on ES. I execute on NQ. Sometimes I see nice setup on ES, but nothing on NQ. I execute ES. Sometimes this happens on gold, on oil, any other different markets. So if someone will tell you trade only in Q, I don't like this kind of advice. When someone saying like trade in Q and that's it, or trade only ES. Trade where you see your setup, that's it.
Wait, someone said trade eval NQ funded ES? Is that what you just said?
Hey, Bren, good to see you.
Cold plunge is still unprofitable. The trick is to never have started. You're already running the wrong way. I've never done a cold plunge in my life, and I never will. It's too cold.
What's the overnight low for ES? 75.20.
ES can reclaim the 75.43 area.
43.
And back, go test the IB low. NQ's still dancing around that big daily level that I shared. So maybe it can consolidate here, create energy for a bounce.
Yeah, Italian guy. You can't tell me I'm wrong. It's too cold.
So about cold plunges, I do cold plunge for more than 2 years. So I have no problem with this.
For you, it's probably only cool for like the first 2 seconds, huh? Once you hop in.
I remember it was really hard to sit like for 15 seconds. I can do 5 minutes now. I cannot do longer. Let me say the temperature. I do like, let me translate to Celsius to Fahrenheit. So I do 37 degrees.
You do what?
37 degrees. So it's like
37?
okay.
Oh, that's not too cold. I think I'd just start sobbing. I would just start sobbing uncontrollably while I'm in it. Hyperventilating.
Russians don't count. Okay, okay.
$682 range. Whoa. What day? The 29th. What day was the 29th?
We have a potential higher low here.
Monday is a ripper, huh?
Yeah, Monday and Tuesday were big days.
Monday right off the, oh yeah, Tuesday continuation right off of that too. It's like straight up.
Yeah, those
1,300
were
points.
great days.
I was born and raised in Belarus. It's a country next to Russia. But yeah, I speak Russian.
Did I miss doing vibes trades while away? You know, quite the opposite. Um, landing at home yesterday. Yeah, I realized I didn't miss trading at all. At all. There's like zero itch for me to trade. It's been that way for a long time now because to me it does still feel like work. You know, you're working, you're focused. There's risk on the table. I don't care if it's one lot, it's one micro, it's 20 minis. It's risk on the table. You're forced to operate. You're forced to be very sharp, very disciplined. It's not a game. You know, we joke about it. We'll say what we say, but it's not a game. So taking a week off where I'm just like, I don't even care. It doesn't matter what the markets are doing because I'm not going to be involved, and I'm taking this time off and I'm enjoying it with the people I'm going to enjoy it with. It was nice. I didn't miss it at all. At all. Not a single fiber of my being was like, hey, let's see if we got any trades. Even coming back, I didn't care, you know. I'm not trading tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. Oh, the market's open tomorrow. You guys know?
Market is open tomorrow?
Is
What?
it?
I'm not sure. I was like, it's
Because
gonna
we
be
don't have a
closed.
stream. So, did I do any interviews? No, I avoided them. I actually flipped my name tag over so no one saw my name. Oh, yes. Oh, so it's like a half day
Until
tomorrow.
noon. Okay, got it.
There was a lot of people doing interviews. You know, you bring your own camera and your mic and stuff and asking people stuff.
We're in London.
Until 5 p.m.
Yeah, at the
1 p.m.
thing.
Okay.
You know, like content creators. It's a lot of them.
There's a lot of trading content creators, huh?
A lot.
I see them on Instagram a lot. They don't.
Yeah, you know, like and all stuff, like, you know, the guys who walk around and are like, oh, nice car, sir. What do you do for a living? And it's that kind of stuff.
Oh, hey, sir, what prop accounts do you trade?
Yeah. What's your favorite strategy? I mean, I'm assuming that's what the questions are. I don't know. I would walk around it.
That's funny. Is this the last stream of the day, or is there somebody else to close it?
Good question. They extended us.
Am I looking for a turn here? Yes, we are at the daily bull bear zone line that I talked about earlier. And so far, we put in a divergence with ES and Q made a new low. ES didn't. We are bouncing. I put on a long, but I closed it just because I'm not a fan of the price action. But this is my setup here and would be hitting 1 hour right now. But I'm also interested in shorting, but it's weird with this holiday week.
I was with the Lucid guys. Surprise, surprise, secret, secret. They are dear friends of mine. But I saw when I got there and eventually Kane gets there and he comes up to me, he's like, yeah, man, I was trying to not have a name tag. I was just trying to be more low key. I was like, really? You're like 7'8". You think you're low key? You got your signature glasses on. You've got that look. You look like Kane on the internet on your profile. You really think the name tag's giving you away?
Yeah,
We'd walk around sometimes and then
weren't there
people would be like, oh,
pictures
can
of
I get
him
a
as
picture?
well?
Dude, this guy's like 9'5".
But there's pictures of him on like the
He
Tradeify
literally
posters.
looks like the way he does on the internet, like in full flesh. So people are like, oh, can I get a picture? Can I?
He's living that real influencer life over there.
All right, looks like they might have found a low.
Yeah, right off that daily area I talked about.
Arthur looks so bad on yes.
Yes, his profile looks so janky. What the hell is this, dude? It's like that Tetris block, that long Tetris block.
If I want to flip my bias and say like, okay, I want to long yes again, probably above 75, 60.
60?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so like a new swing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the zone. Yeah.
Gold so choppy. I had nice plan to long gold today, but probably it's not gonna happen.
What's the green box? It's just I drew some temporary quick stuff when I got to desk in the morning and well, way after market open, but
It's at
we got this line. This
1.5
box
R
is
here.
just this old range where the volume really is condensed, where I think it should hold. It's just a screen box. This is above and below kind of zone right here, based off of this volume from that big run on Monday. They closed up there too, and they just continued huge volume build. Lots of implications there for me. So I mean, Castillo was clean. That's where I took the short. So I wanted to short higher earlier, right here, but I wanted higher. Let it go. It came back and it looked weak again, so I took it here for that, IB low and then overnight low. But it was off that zone. And then this line here is this, right? This is the reference. No volume, much like really above, and they built that. But if they're coming to come back into it, I do think we can get a move through into that green zone, which we did. So down here, now I'm looking to the green zone and bounced off, and they're above it now. So I'm looking for the 890s to probably trade again. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I've made plenty as it is in the session. Normally I wouldn't even be trading anymore right now. No. 50-point rotations. Ultimate. You? No, not autoplot. I marked it. Most of my order flow reading is just from looking at sub 100 tick charts. Hey, if it works, it works. Look, guys, if if you what you do makes money, it's not worth arguing with people on the internet, and don't let people bait you into, trying to impose their strategy on you. You're already making money. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Why not continuation shorts? Why not? Yeah, I
Still
don't see why
possible.
not.
Just
Yeah.
I don't see setup, for example, for continuation yet, but still possible.
Yeah. It's all about setup. Like we can sit here and guess, like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I think it's up, I think it's down, but that's just guessing. You're not gonna make money predicting, you're gonna make it reacting. So, you could sit here and just wait for something to set up. You don't have to make that choice right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just let the market move, and you guys will figure it out. Trading with Jose, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. Now you gotta lock in, double lock in for the funded. Yeah, I mean, I've come across so many traders, and I speak to so many of them that trade so many different ways, not even order flow. Even the ones that use ICT, they make plenty of money. It's fine. We're all just trying to get paid more when we're right and lose less when we're wrong. Also, Jose, I'm guessing it's your first funded account. What was a huge pain in the ass for me was when you're trading that funded, right? Let's just say it's in pretty deep drawdown, and you get to that mode where you're like, oh man, this account's like as good as dead. I might as well just like increase my risk to try to get that drawdown back, or the account balance back, and this and this. But there's something that I didn't realize till later. It's that just because it's a funded account and you can go back to funded doesn't mean you should treat it like the eval. And that's what I was doing. I would forget that blowing the funded account doesn't just mean blowing the funded account. It actually means taking your ass back to the eval hamster wheel, which is terrible. It's terrible. So blowing the funded account doesn't just mean you don't have a funded account anymore. It means you have to go back to passing evals. And that does something to your mental. I don't know if people can admit it, but for me, trading evals is way different than the funded, right? You're more prone to gambling, sizing up. Oh, let's just dust this off. I ain't got time for this, man. I got to get to funded stage. Which, yes, after a while, it does make sense to do so. But it's still the same thing. When you lose that funded, you're not just losing a funded. They're going back to eval trading, which can be so unrewarding that it just pushes and builds that gambling muscle. By the time you get to funded again, you've been working out the wrong muscle. You gamble, fund is gone. Like, oh wait, what did I just do? I gotta pass another eval. Yeah, so don't let your funded account drawdown start to like drag you down mentally into the pits of hell. Right? Do your best to just keep it alive.
You have blown over 1,500 evals. Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, never seen
1,500
it before.
evals? I've probably blown more than that.
What is that?
Not to say that you guys should, but I'm just being honest. There's a big old graveyard of evals and fundeds and this and that. I didn't just pop on the charts one day and then just start making money. Like,
At least you guys have eval, so that 1,500 accounts is probably a third of what you would have lost with real money.
dude, I'm
Like
so
if you
glad
started with
Pharm
real money,
exists.
you're probably, down 3 times, 4 times that amount, which would
I
be
don't think
pretty
I'm
crazy.
even here. Honestly, I don't think I would have survived like a year. Just too much money bleeding. But props really put a lid on that. And I'd be hesitant to try stuff. I tried a lot of different things when I was trading eval, which is why my trading style is kind of weird. But I've tried it all because props exist. If I had to do it on like an actual cash account, yeah, I'd be way more hesitant to do so. And I wasn't trying to trade sim for long, so I would have just kept losing money. Back up 1,500 from 50 cents. Tape has flipped over again. Chat, you be thinking new low or higher low?
Ideal
What are we
new
thinking?
low.
New low?
Yeah, I would like to new low. Let's see if it's gonna sell through 75.20. We'll draw new low. I would like to see the immediate drop to 75.20 once it breaks below 75.30 level.
Chat says new low.
I don't know, if we
Fab.
create a higher low here, then we'll
Yeah.
shoot back up.
Yeah, we'll see.
IB is 380. We're at the 50%. That candle though, that 5-minute candle I just closed is pretty dirty. If I had to restart, how would I learn how to trade? With prop accounts. Absolutely. Just try things. I mean, I tell my own buddies, you got to try it. I don't care who's telling you what on YouTube is the best and this and that. Try it. Try it to see if it works for you. Everyone's going to convince you that their strategy is the best one that works for you because that's what they do. But it's not the case.
You know what? Even with the profitable strategy, I mean, I've learned this from my own teachings. You can share a profitable strategy and the trader can still be not profitable.
Exactly.
Yeah, one of my friends, he started off, he wanted to do exactly what I was doing. So he was like trying to trade and learn off the DOM. It's been like 2 years and it's just a struggle because the DOM's super noisy. And I kept trying to tell him like, dude, just because it works for me doesn't mean it works for you. Like just get rid of it. Get rid of the DOM because it
Exactly.
keeps tripping you up. And as soon as he got rid of it, give it about 2 months, now he's getting payouts by getting rid of the DOM. I told him to try the 15-second chart. So he uses a 15-second chart for entries instead of a DOM. And it's been all the better for it. Looks like potential short continuation. I'm gonna give it a shot. This is either high or low, or they'll drive it here.
I mean, ES looks much weaker now.
Oh, they're coming all the way back up. Yep. Never mind.
You were trying to short here?
Yeah.
It looks good. I mean,
I don't want to hold on to it. I'll get
I
back
want
in.
to see 75.30 break first. So at now 32, just need to break
75
30s.
what?
75.30 or 29. Then immediately leave it at too long
to get
and low.
short. Oh, you mean like a break lower, bounce, and then short?
Problem is we're not gonna get bounce. It's gonna be like straight down. Just need to get break this 30s level immediately to 75.20. Would like to see just one up close, down close candle there.
Yeah, I'm in for one lot again.
Like
I do want to see a break before I get anything more on.
Okay, let's see.
Nope.
panting, negotiating here.
Technically, if NQ gonna hold 720, should drop as well.
There you go.
I'm gonna try to follow a break. Yeah, they keep taking my stop out. Too tight. Look to see if we can follow a
15-second
break.
chart is
There we go.
underutilized. Yeah, you're
There we go.
crazy if you trade on the 15-second chart.
Seventh one you're holding so nice on NQ. Hope to see new low as well.
Oh yeah, it's coming for yes.
Yeah, ideally I want to see like this 5-minute candle, big down close candle.
Great close. I'm trying to add more to this, but I don't know if they'll let me. All right, we got 3 here.
Come on, drop to London low.
Oh, yes, looks like it's got room for a new low too.
Mm-hmm.
What's overnight low's exact price? Like
On the yes?
20 and a half, 20 and a quarter?
20. Oh, yeah, 20. Exactly like 20. Love it. That's exactly what I want to see this down close candle on ES and 5.
New low's coming.
Yeah.
Sitting
75
in
to
3
1.
lots. No TPs yet.
I wouldn't understand. You're right. I don't understand.
Lots of buying coming through here. See them go underwater.
Would like to get something interesting at 12 p.m. It's gonna be new early candle.
ES's delta is building super strong on the buy side down here. Very strong. Hope they don't top tick my stop again. I do want to get ads on, but the buying hasn't fizzled out.
Mm-hmm. I want to see overnight low on a yes. No reason not to take this.
Yeah, they flushed out so much buying right there just now. Perfect. Perfect.
Come
Perfect.
on, drop it.
All right, another flush on NQ. I'll probably take some profits. Take one.
So we got new low again. Just 2 more points. I love this break below 75.30 in immediate delivery. That's textbook delivery here.
All right, I'm going down to 1 here. Just want a new low and I'll be done with this.
Come on. And
How
it was
you
2
go?
ticks away.
so close on ES to that overnight low. They won't do it to us, will they?
Yeah, drop makes lots of sense on ES. Looking just at SPX chart. By the end of the day, it can deliver us to 74.30. Maybe we're gonna retrace like around 12, 12.10, but I want to see 74.30 on SPX. So we around 74.80 or 90 on ES. If we convert this right. I think so. ES was 2 ticks away from overnight low. That's wild. Come on. Crazy.
If they leave that overnight low, it gives room for me to try to get another short on from wherever they bounce it from, unless they just clear it now.
I like your entry. I don't want to see it tracing back up again.
Maybe from around the 710s, like earlier, if they don't clear this overnight low, yes. Try to get some shorts around 710s. Unless this runner survives. Possible. Possible. Were you guys degens when you first started? Look, I deposited $1,800, and in a week it was 13,000, and in 3 days it was zero. That was my first ever broker deposit. When I said Delta was building, it was Delta profile. No, it's a footprint for ES I have on the side. I can see like that section that they were trading. It was 200 deposit, 3, 4, 5, almost 6. The only thing to me was, all right, well, they're clearly buying the hell out of this. I don't know when it's going to stop, but you manage the risk till it does. Eventually, all that buying got flushed real bad, and that's when they just started washing lower again. But I didn't want to add there because I'm adding as the buying's coming in. So I don't like to add with absorption. I want to see that build up, that spot get pushed off sides again, and then add. But they did it so fast. I mean, my last add on this trade was all the way down to 696. I think my first ones are like above the 710s. My first whatever. So my runner's average right now is 696 for that reason. I'm hoping they make a new low here, or I'll just flatten this thing and call it here on the trade.
Trade, good trade.
Yeah, I love it.
Thank you.
Nothing for me. Hey, cats. Thanks for tuning in.
Yes, we'll hit 75.20. Okay, I will give it like 30 more seconds.
I just took
Not
it off.
more.
Think if they keep this overnight low as it is on ES, I'll try to find another short up higher if they pop it. I look at ES when trading Q. Yeah, I do. And I really hate it when they are divergent. It's annoying.
Well, I have a question for you since you trade order flow. When we have nice, like let's say down move, like it was just trend all day. Do you see lots of fake signals for reversal?
Do I see a lot of trade signals?
Fake signals.
Fake? Oh, absolutely. You do. Yeah, that's why I always say order flow is so noisy that you can't just sit here and see an order flow trader do all this and then decide it's best for you. Like my own friends, when I was like, dude, eliminate the DOM. You can keep the footprint. Get that DOM off your freaking chart. Take off your delta by price. Just use the footprint only, because I realized all that noise was not helping him. So in order flow, when it's a strong down day, you will always see huge selling, and you're going to think, all right, well, the market's going down. I can sell with this. And they're literally running into a wall of a passive buyer, and people are taking profits, and it spikes price right off of that. And you might think, okay, well, they just held this low with so much force. There's so much selling down here, and they bought it through, and it's buying like crazy right now. And the table will turn again, but everyone kind of gets caught constantly trying to buy the market as it's sliding, because you will always find those pockets where they run into a big buyer that's just sitting there passively, and you think, oh, this is the turn because there's so much buying here. But if you're trading price action only, that noise is gone, and you're seeing candlesticks just legging down, lower low, lower high, lower low, and it keeps you out of that trap. So there's so much noise and fake outs with order flow that it takes so much time to really dial in, like, okay, these are the environments where I cannot trust this kind of order flow. And these are the ones that I can trust, this kind and this. And it's just so many different things. And you know, the truth is, this simple fact is out there, that when you look at the highest prop payouts, they are ICT traders. That's irrefutable, you know? But everyone wants to argue so much. When I'm saying shit, I'm just joking around. If you're making money, you're making money. Because I think there's only one real thing that you need to dial in very, very, very particularly. And it's just how you want to manage risk. And it's so personal, it's different for everybody. But the irrefutable fact is, the biggest numbers you see, they're ICC traders. I'm not going to say one's better than the other. I have my opinion. I think order flow is the best and I trade it, but it's different for everyone. What's best for me is definitely not what's best for somebody else. Like my own friends who started trading because they saw me trading order flow. I would tell them, like, this, yeah, it's cool and all, but it has to make sense to you. It has to be something that your personality can accept. You know, before this short, I had two like one lots and was waiting to add, and they would literally top tick my stop. They top tick my stop twice until it worked, and I had three lots. It's all cool. Everyone sees that it worked out, made a lot of money. But what happens to your mental before that? You put on one lot, takes you out. That's the top. Put on another one, takes you out. That's the top again. And then it goes, how do you operate then? Right? How do you know how you want to get more size on now that it's moving? How are you going to risk then if you have more size? It's just so different for everyone. And with like ICT mechanic, it's so similar to just trading price action that it's mechanical. You don't have to think about all these things on the fly, and it's a million different things, and you're tripping over your own shoelaces. I didn't
Yes,
remember that.
finally took London low. Just took forever.
I execute 1 minute. Well, I mean, I execute on a DOM, so there's no real time frame. It's just orders pouring through. But this is a 1 minute chart that you guys see right here. Barely tapped a new low.
Honestly, would like to see more to downside. Way more.
Second highest payout was 2.4, just an ORB trader. Yeah. Ultimately, it's not what's the best thing, it's what's the best to operate on. And if he was a very mechanical opening range break trader, and it is what it is, it's this or it's not, it's easier to operate with, which means it's way more efficient. How are you most efficient? That's the only thing. Oh, Callis is there. 80-20 traders. What's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you a few days ago. I just got back. That's why I marked an HVN on ES around 75.80 from a sell-off a few days ago. I got short there. Thanks for your 2K course. Well, I don't know who you paid 2K, but tell them to run me my money. Cat's
I think
thoughts.
we're
I don't know
gonna
if you're
get
still
an
here, but
outside candle today on ES.
thanks for hanging out. Cat's thoughts. PBHI limit. If you guys look at my charts while I'm trying to execute, you just see a bunch of lines pop up. I'm trying to limit order, not chase. Stuck sellers, that's long. Yeah, there are stuck sellers right now, right? In this 605, but you always gotta ask, like, well, where are we trading? We're still trading the lows, so I'm not betting on buyers, like if you're looking at stuck sellers, you're gonna get long. That means you're betting on buyers. You're betting on the guys who have pretty much got steamrolled all the way down to what is currently low of day. And it's just not something I would recommend. It's getting too fancy. But yes, that ultimate Q, that is that is the idea. It's like, oh hey, look, it's a trap. There's only one side getting trapped today, and I think you guys know who it is.
It's a trap!
Hmm.
Why would you pay for course when this in okay, people pay for course because they put their money on this. So once they put their money on this, so they actually trying to learn something. When it's free, it's free. No one willing to learn something because of this.
I think,
No
yeah,
motivation, you know?
courses aren't evil. They make things, they package it in a sequence for you too. Instead of if it's free, if you're willing to learn for free, that's one thing. But if you want someone to hold your hand and direct you to where you need to look at,
Exactly.
that's a
Exactly.
different service. Secondly, Barb's 8888, he didn't pay for a course. I literally don't have a course. He's just kidding. I do not sell a course. It's the joke that people keep paying for my course, and I don't know where that money's going because, well, I don't sell one. So it's just a joke. But yes, if a course streamlines your learning and it makes it so that you don't have to scour YouTube and filter through so much trash, it's a service nonetheless. Yeah. But yeah, I don't have a, yeah, look, here you go. Love the Discord. I also don't have a Discord, but everyone's been finding their way into my Discord. Just a guy, guys. I'm just a guy trying to click buttons in front of a stream for you guys.
Close the markets.
Close. This is very honest. Also, this is very un-American what's happening right now. This is not the way to celebrate the big 250.
Hey, Chris, after the IB range is formed, if an entry signal does not trigger, how long do you wait before determining that the entry is no longer valid for the IB session? So the way I designed the strategy is for the entry to take place inside the IB, like it'll close, and then the execution needs to be done inside because it's looking to capture the expansion for that day. If, for example, today we broke below the IB low and we haven't reclaimed it, we haven't bounced, so there's technically no trade for today, right? I don't need to wait for anything. It's white or black. Are we back inside the IB and does the setup form inside the IB? And if not, then there's no trade. What I do is I'll put an alarm on the IB low, and if it's reclaimed, then I can start looking for the setup. If not, I just move on to the next day.
Well, I'm just learning now that I do have a Substack, also a daily fax. You guys are getting the faxes are coming through, you guys? Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, this is a good question for Lumi here. How be disciplined and wait for setup instead of jumping the gun too early. I always do that and get stopped out multiple times. and the move I want happens 30 minutes later?
Well, you keep saying like you always do, you keep doing this every single time. Why are you doing this? Do you have systems that you trade, or you just trade simply because you feel it's time to drop or go higher? The main question is this: do you have model? Do you have strategy you trade? So it's gonna clear your questions and problems. It's gonna close gaps once you're gonna trade just your system. Like you're gonna be patient. You're gonna wait for liquidity sweep, and this happens after 10 a.m. once price breaks below. For example, after 10 a.m., usually your system presents itself, and like if you want to short, you want to look for shorts. For example, below 10 a.m. after we got 30-minute SIP and 3-minute OB. You back tested, you forward tested this a lot, it works. Once again, nothing works 100% of the time. Sometimes you're going to take losses. That's okay, that's fine. But when you have system, you're going to be patient enough to wait for your setup. When you don't have system, but you trade simply because you feel it's time to drop or go higher, you're going to keep making same mistakes over and over again. So just answer this question.
I think that's the issue. Is a lot of traders are trading what they think may happen, and they don't have a system. They don't know how it'll perform. They don't really understand that losses can mean a drawdown, and if they have no concept of that, they just see it. Oh, I'm just losing. I'm losing. Well,
yep.
Are you just in a drawdown and your system works fine? And if you don't understand that, then you don't have a system. You're trading what you think may happen, but and then you add on over trading, you add on fear of losing money because you don't have a system. And the work that people need to put into creating a system, it's not done. So, and you continue to trade, or you work on things that don't matter, like indicators or things like that, where you need to understand market structure better. You just need to enter a feedback loop, guys. Work on system creation, work on the parameters, create a process, trade, review, see what happens, review again, do it again, change those rules, do it again. Like each of us put our own system together through different things, and they've become rules of our system. And that's a template that we follow every day. We follow that, either winners or losers. Thankfully, the winners are more over time. And that's all you have to do, but it takes work.
Drew Sizzle, I'm never running that lifetime sub again. I only ran it once, and then as soon as Kane bought it, I closed it down, and then I made everything free. So he's still stuck with that subscription. One day I'm gonna try to sell a course in a Discord sub and a Substack, and no one's gonna believe me. It's like, guys, please subscribe to my. Yeah. It's not even real.
Oh yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
We can get pullback soon. Back to 75, 40, 50 on ES.
It's gotten a lot more difficult to trade this than it has been for the last, since the open into the IB close. It's a lot narrower now. Earlier, it was just running. Price is just running. It's building lower. It's running lower.
My challenge is I have enough experience, understand market structure, understand price action, but my execution sucks when I make it worse by DCA until I blow up. So if you have enough experience, it doesn't mean you have system, right? It doesn't mean you have a model. Because when you have a model, you know exactly where you're going to enter the trade, where you're going to put your stop loss and your target TP. So at this point, why you DCA? Because you understand we're going higher, but you don't know where to enter. because like everyone can know where market is going. It's not hard for us to say that today probably going to be bearish or bullish. Hardest part to enter the trade. And for this, we need to backtest a lot and forward test. See like what keep happening every single day, for example, at 10 or 9:30 a.m. So what pattern repeats itself every single day? And this is how we're going to build our system, our model.
Yep.
So yeah, experience is good. Understand market structure is good. It's good for you to understand where market is going today. But it doesn't mean like you're going to be a good trader knowing this.
Price action. Okay, my challenge is I have enough experience, understand market structure, understand price action, but my execution sucks. Then I make it worse by DCA until I blow up. Well, if your price action understanding is good enough, you should know when to take the trade off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Break of a swing, higher low got put in when it needs to have made a lower low. Those things should actually tell you to take off the trade rather than add on. So I think that's two separate issues. And one of which is the resistance to just getting out of the trade. Everyone is very focused on, was I right? Was I wrong? When it really is just, is the market doing what you thought it was going to do when you put the trade on? And if it's now telling you that it's not through price action, why leave your money on there? Just take it off. Just literally pull the chips back. Whether you're wrong or right in that current moment, it shouldn't really matter. It has to be a longer data set, at least a week of P&L, a month of P&L. But trade by trade, it doesn't matter. There's only one time you hang on to the outcome trade by trade, and it's when you are gambling big size. That's the only time. If you are being sensible with your sizing, one trade outcome doesn't matter. One day's outcome doesn't matter. So something to consider. I think there are two separate problems in there. Risk of ruin is too high. No, I see market will down, but I see a green candle. I enter, and then I DCA thinking I will get out at break even.
Yeah, that's because you don't have system.
Yeah. If you are truly as proficient as you articulated up there about understanding market structure and price action, so are you just disagreeing with your own read on the market at that point? Because if you were proficient enough, you would see the signatures already, and you would say, yeah, this is not what I thought was going to happen. And there's no point in actually putting more money. Let's just say someone pitched you an idea for business, you invested, and now the business is going south, and you can see like this is not how it usually operates. But here's more money. Here, I think you will turn it around, and the business gets worse, and he's doing more dumb shit, and the business is doing terrible. Competitors are beating it, and you're like, I think I want to put more money into this. That's literally what's happening.
Especially you said you understand market structure. So in order to trade a reversal, we need to get shift in structure. If it was bullish, we need to get better shift in structure. So we need to sell through sequence of up close candles. And once you're going to get closure below near swing low, so probably it's going to be first sign of market structure shift. So reversal. So you need to understand like we have possible wallet high formation. For example, here. We got the closure below the swing low over here. So I can look for longs, but I cannot put my stop loss here or here. I'm going to put my stop loss at protected swing point. You said you know what is market structure, right? So my protected swing point is going to be here. So this high is in since we got market structure shift, right? Break of structure. So obviously I can expect to get retracement back to the range. And I'm not going to place any longs because first we got break of structure to downside. We have protected high here. So I believe it's possible downtrend. And as long as we hold in this protected high, we are bearish. And yes, it can happen that we can retrace back to the range. But as long as we hold in this high, it's still bearish. No reason to enter long. Right? So why when you see green candles, you're trying to long this? If you understand market structure and if you see like bearish shift in structure. You just don't want to be in drawdown, which is problem. Because with traders. And unfortunately, I truly believe as intraday trader, it's my opinion, it's impossible to have even like 80% win rate. It's my opinion about intraday trading. So you need to be ready
Yeah.
to lose money.
I don't want to be presumptuous, but there's also a chance that you might not be as good at market structure and price action as you think you are. So it's a possibility. So a lot of traders, they'll be so focused on discipline stuff like, "Oh, I gotta dial it, I gotta work on my discipline, I gotta up my discipline game."
Hmm.
When in
Yeah.
reality, they're just struggling because they
Yes.
don't have edge and they thought they did. They think their edge component is completely squared away and all that's left is discipline.
Hmm.
But there is a high likelihood that the edge component is not squared away, and that's the reason it's so hard to be disciplined because you don't have an edge. Because if you had an edge, you would be able to repeat it and see the proof of the concepts and then be confident in doing that and not doing what isn't that, which makes the discipline and the mental part easier.
Yep.
Maybe, don't want to be presumptuous, but I don't know how good your price action and market structure and this and that is, but there's a chance too.
Yes,
Yeah,
slowly going
Damon.
to previous daily low level.
Damon, that's also a very good example. Amazing.
It's like,
Chef's kiss.
love this example as well.
How about volume profile and view up tool on trading view? I have no experience with that. Last I know that it wasn't available or something, but I have no experience. I don't really use trading view, so. Barack 70, thank you. Yeah, we try our best. We try our best. I'm happy that you're getting some value out of this. It's a hard game. There's a lot of fake stuff out there, tradertainment. Um, Sometimes we'll get people hopping on the stream and be like, all you guys do is talk and not trade. What is this? Hey, sometimes it is like that. You guys
Yeah.
have seen me talk for like 95% of the stream and not trade, so can't say they're wrong. Yeah, so imagine this, guys. Yeah, like the clubbing cover charge, or let's just say Lumi is doing a autograph signing at this prop event. And you get there and they're like, "Oh, you want to go see Lumi to get your book signed? Give me $20." You walk in there, she's not there. 20 minutes later, like, "Oh, give me another 20 and she'll be here." You're like, "Yeah. No, that sounds good." But there's nothing indicating that she's actually going to walk through that door. None. Actually, maybe it seems like it's starting to look like a scam and she's not coming. And then you're like, I'll throw another 20 at it. You're $60 in, waiting to get an autograph on your book from Lumi. No indication. She hasn't even posted on Twitter that she even has an event today. But you're gonna put another 20 in. So these are the things that we're doing when we're just DCAing, trying to break even. Like break even what? What are you trying to break even? That one trade? Just take the money off, take the chips off.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Some days I'm firing off trades at the hip. Some days it's just not that much. And yeah, I'm lucky enough today where things really just broke my way on my trades. So I'm not gonna tempt fate. And we're getting to a point where this is extending past like my plan. I've already marked out my spots for the day, traded around them. At this point, it's just if they can start to trade under the 550s, like where the low is right now, maybe we can see the swing low again in the 200s, under the 300s. But they might make it really difficult. I don't know. But why press it? You know, I'm where I want to be.
So yes, approaching previous daily low level, but once again, I have no interest in previous daily low level. I have interest in SPX retracement. So want to see another 32 points lower from current price level. So 74.30 by the end of the day. I should sell course now, thank you.
We'll make a course together. It's gonna be like a mumbo jumbo mixture of ICT and order flow, and we're gonna make up new names for it. You guys are gonna like it. And we're gonna do an autograph signing with Lumi. So come with cash. Pay the man at the door. New scams coming your way.
I love it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just looking at stocks, Damon. They're all breaking down.
Oh, Lumi has a special admirer. No wonder why you are so good looking. And plus a great trader.
Thank you.
Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Nah, he was talking about me.
Yeah. My birthday
He calls
is
me
in
ma'am.
like 6 days. I'm gonna be 1 year older. Yeah.
6 days?
Yeah, July 8th.
Almost your birthday. You gonna trade on your
Guys, do
birthday?
we have people here in the chat whose birthday in July? Raise your hand.
How are
Max
people
are
in the
strong.
chat gonna show Lumi their hands?
There is, by the way, like
Figure it out, chat.
icon like this. July 7, woohoo! I'm July 8.
Are you gonna trade on your birthday?
Maybe. Why not? July 22nd.
Her husband gonna come in here? Wait, chat, make sure he hits the like button when he does, okay? That's what we need from everybody.
July 10.
Please hit the like button. XYZ, you're also very handsome. Look like Lumi's brother. Thank you. Thank you.
So ES will go to 75.06, which is previous daily low level. But honestly, by the end of the day, I don't mind to hit 74.90, maybe 80.
If I ever blush, no, I know I'm not a big blusher. Not a big blush guy. Yeah, I'm like Lumi's brother, the same way the Italian guys like my brother. Wait, do we have an afternoon stream? Is it happening today?
No, we're the close.
We're the close. Oh,
sorry, it's not exciting, guys.
Someone said Jack and Salma look like siblings.
No way.
Oh, we do have an afternoon stream today?
Ooh, Chris, fake. See, that's what happens when you DEI too much.
They said earlier, no?
No stream tomorrow.
Fake news. Everyone, chat.
Oh,
Fake
there is a
news.
trade to close.
I believe they said this team is going to be extended until 1 p.m. That's what they
might be.
said.
Yeah, Chris was on delayed data. That's all. That's all. No
Yeah.
biggie.
Trader close will start at 2 p.m.
Can I long for the vibes? No, it looks like the vibes would be too expensive. Much too expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, someone was saying earlier in the chat that they're doing well on like even 3 micros NQ. 3 micro NQ can ruin your life, guys. MNQ is not small size because this thing it's dangerous
With
out here.
current range. So yeah,
Yeah,
I wouldn't
it
recommend.
is dangerous. See a DSB? Yeah, why? Hey, whoa, language. 3MNQ can blow up an account. 3MNQ can blow up your whole life. It's crazy out here.
That's actually funny. Yeah, 3 micros looking at current range in Q, like I would say stop loss and average, like around like 90, 100 points because range is huge. 3 micros actually can blow account.
Can you imagine just going 1 micro and now you've lost like $200? Like that is the reality of the current market. Getting 100 points is like getting 25 these days. It's so crazy.
Chris, are you trading based on EMAs? I look at them for my approach, but it's a combination between support and resistance and trend structure. And through that trend structure filter, I do look at the 9 and 20, 9 SMA and then the 20 EMA.
Oh, gold is starting to feel some downside volume here.
Gold is holding over the last week. Looks like it's putting in a weekly low maybe here.
Yeah, literally just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 days of the same range.
I accidentally placed order on NQ instead of MNQ in my account.
Oh,
Your
there
account
goes
was
gold.
gone. Wow. I mean, it happened with everyone. I was there as well. Not just once, many times.
Gold can probably trade down to 92.
Oops. Look at this drop on ES.
Someone wants to buy 282 lots at 517 NQ here.
SPX indeed 73.62. I just replied above. I said not sure about 73.62 because it's lots of points to drop. I feel like we can hit 74.30 today on SPX. We will stuck there for some time, and if it really wants to sell more, we will close near 7,400. I'm not sure about 73.62 today. Maybe no, but 74.30, yes, please. I'm in shorts with 1055 order block. Good. It's from, oh, nice entry. I love it. From, yeah, like it. Good trade. You're up like almost 2 hours. Oh, not today. Oh, yeah, definitely possible. Possible. Because I believe on NQ, draw is at 28,555. So it's like not 1,000, almost 1,000 points lower. So yeah, definitely possible. Next week, yeah, I think we're gonna reach this.
This thing is just grinding down. $790 points range. Jeez.
Yeah, nonstop.
Also, I have a question. When you look for signals of reversal after big move down, so are the signals going to be different on 1 minute chart and on 5 minute chart? Or it's usually the same?
With order flow,
Yes.
like a footprint.
Mhm.
I think similar to price action, what you see on a 5 minute is going to be more reliable to use than a 1 minute because it changes so fast. So it's kind of like the same thing with price action. My footprint for NQ is a 5 minute, and I've tried the 1 minute. A lot of people use a 1 minute, but it's too noisy for me. So I use the 5 to try to build the context of like, okay, well, they've been doing this for a while. Who's in a better position than the other side? And then I'll make a choice. But if it's like a grinding market like this, I'm just seeing it's like all selling and it's just selling and selling, but it's moving so slow that, or it's grinding through so much volume that if I were to try to get short, I know myself, it's going to be hard for me to really hold it. So I don't have the proper condition to really be doing stuff. And I'm sure a lot of people will see a lot of selling pour in and it bounces against and that they think this is the long signal. But ultimately, like just even with blank candles, you see that they can show you the biggest, baddest, strongest buying right now. And you gotta ask yourself, why the hell are we trading all the way down here still? If they really had that kind of juice, why do we keep just moving lower? So it's kind of like you can show me whatever buying, but I'm not gonna bet on the team that has lost to the other team 30 games in a row right now. So that's the way I see it. But a lot of people, it's noisy, so they think this is the one, this is the turn. But I'm not staring at price action all day will get you into trouble, like trying to execute it instead of just, hey, look at the chart. We're just moving lower and lower. And when we bounce, they get nowhere and we move lower. So in these cases, I would say, look, I'm getting short or I'm doing nothing because the longs aren't doing anything. Maybe at some point they put in a higher low, they start inching it higher. You can see that on price action too. It doesn't require order flow. And then I would switch my mind to, okay, I think I want to see if the market can get me long setups coming from here. And then I'll use the order flow to try to see, all right, if I want to go long, I want to see them try to sell it somewhere, get stuck on the selling, and then go long against that selling. And it's just that. It's that simple. But everyone likes to really overcomplicate it and then try to convince you that they have this secret third eye that they open and to do what they're doing instead because it's so much better than everything else. But it's
Because
just
I see lots of people trying to pick the bottom, for example, on lower time frames, such as 1 minute chart or like 30-second chart. But while I see on 5 minute chart, it definitely shows like nothing. That's why I was interested in this. Like, there isn't difference in 1 minute chart and 5 minute chart if you use order
big
flow.
difference. 5 minute I would say is my favorite time frame. I always have a 5 minute chart up because when I started trading, it was off the 5 minute chart. And so I got used to it. And yeah, if order flow shows me one thing, but a 5 minute chart shows me like the candle close is so bad for my position, I'll probably skip it. That short I had earlier, I liked it because that candle that closed before it started moving down was, I mean, I think you and Chris both mentioned the candle too. There was a really good 5 minute close candle that is like a two bar sequence for continuation is how I view it. And that I tried to press on more contracts, but they just, as soon as it closed, they ran down and I couldn't chase that. But for me, price action is a huge part of my game. Yeah, I do a lot of weird stuff. Like I got order flow. I'm huge, heavy price action. I've got squiggly lines. I got 9 EMAs, 20 EMA. And it's just all the things that I've tried in the past that work for me. and then I threw everything else out. So I'm not a pure order flow trader. I'm not a pure price action trader. I'm definitely not a squiggly line trader, but I use all three because they speak to me. What's FRVP? FRVP is based on range of 15-minute candle range. I don't have 15-minute candle ranges. I have a 15-minute chart. I use it like I would a 5-minute. I love price action. It just cleans it up for me, but I don't know. I don't use anything with 15-minute ranges. I don't know what FRVP is.
Prior day low and ES. Wow, from prior day high to prior day low.
Yes, almost like dropped 100 points from my entry, and I got only 45 on this trade. I mean, I don't feel FOMO, but I wish I had like runner on this trade. But I love my entry. I entered 75.80 today.
Where are we bouncing from? This could be fake news buying again. Prior day low. Yes. Okay.
%50 of RWV on yes?
Why the
No,
hell?
on Q. Okay, see this.
Am I writing the EMA's lower? No, I don't have a position here. No trade for me. I've called it a week. Gonna protect my gains from earlier this week.
Yeah, this week was good for me as well. Took some losses, but more wins than losses, which is
Did I
good.
put on any hedges for my portfolio? No, I did raise cash. I can't, hedging and shorts have to be very deliberate. And there was just no reason to short at the moment with how the leaders were acting. And I have some exposure to software, and those are like not all-time highs, but like Crowd, On, I there's no need to hedge those. I did get caught in Dell's gap down today, which I had to close. But my exposure to the AI names had decreased over the last few days.
Hey, Lumi, I found you randomly, and now you're. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Kind of stuck at previous daily low level. In Q, failed to take 50% of RWV by like 7 points. 446. Maybe it will offer some retracement, not big retracement, but definitely left room to go lower. So we're gonna see what will happen around like 2 p.m. today. Maybe we're gonna get another leg down. Equilibrium 4-week. Let me see. Oh, it's same as hourly. Yeah, it should hit.
It's kind of laggy right now. I think we'll get another short opportunity here.
Like
And look for
now,
one.
I feel like we can retrace back to 610 maybe again. Then some shorts.
My NinjaTrader, my platform's kind of laggy, so it's a little dicey here. I'm trying to get stuff. Oh, I did get filled. Okay. And I have two separate stop losses. I don't know what's happening. I do want can get a short again.
Gold, nothing on gold. Gold just retraced back to the range. So my ideal plan this morning on gold, which never happened, but it was nice plan, was break above 41.60. After this, I want to see immediate pullback to 41.40. Then I want to place long from 41.45 and aim for 42.10. Unfortunately, it never happened. So no trades on gold.
Breakdown. Let's see.
Higher here. I don't know why my platform's so skippy right now.
Did you update this last week?
I don't know. It was fine just earlier, but it's really skippy. Oh, this is not a good fill. Maybe 4. See if we can trade the 560s maybe.
I'm probably want to see the test of 50% of previous 30-minute candle, which is around like 620, but I am okay with 600 the test to continue going lower.
They're trying to sell this thing right here. 520s. See if they can hold this.
Yeah, so far they're trying to hold this trend line. So technically trying to form a lower high again, failure swing. Well, yeah, technically we can sell off from here, but I wouldn't mind to get just fake sen for reversal, then drop from 600 also down to 446.
Yeah, my chart's a little laggy here. It's a little tough. I might have to just call it if this trade doesn't work out. Or try to restart. Getting really bad fills.
Do you use market orders or limit orders?
No, limit, but I'm clicking them in and I don't even see them until all of a sudden I'm in a bracket. But it was okay earlier.
Try to log out and log in again. This helps me to print my chart back when I have like gaps in data.
They're gonna run this without me, it looks like.
What are you guys gonna do this weekend? Any plans?
Celebrate America's B-Day.
I don't have plans
America.
yet. Because no classes, kids classes because of holiday, so kids gonna stay home. I don't know, like we will see.
What you gonna do, Chris?
I'm just going out to dinner. I
No
don't
4th
really
of July
drink.
stuff.
What?
No 250 America birthday stuff.
No. Just probably relax.
Oh, the stream is about to be done here.
Oh, really? I just realized this.
You got 10 minutes in.
This feels like the end of the day. Like, all right, let's call it a week.
Well, we'll see if this trade works. It's
For a
still
new
kind of
low?
laggy on my chart.
For
I think we
146.
get a new low and some. So I'm back in willing to get shorts because I think we could trade to the swing 360s, maybe even the 280s. So
280s, I believe it's weekly open.
yeah, so we're in. It's cool now. I mean, we're getting off stream, so maybe I'll just flat it at the new low and call it a good day. First day back after a
Yep.
while. Let's see ES here. What do you guys have for weekly open NQ? Do you guys have that?
280.50. 280.50.
Okay.
So we were trading to weekly open when it was on Monday, while ES failed. So ES still has flat candle. So honestly, I wouldn't mind to get like huge sell-off to weekly open on ES, but it's another like 100 points lower. Like no way it's gonna drop today. Probably will
On
leave this
ES,
for
that's a little crazy, yeah.
yeah for Sunday or Monday. But on Q, yeah, possible.
Well, this is a little crazy right now. My charts are still laggy, so I'm just I see that we're back on my entry now. Not cool. Not cool. Not cool.
Yeah, ES hit previous daily low level, and we may chop around for some time here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Hello.
Jim.
How are you today?
Jib.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I feel pretty good today. Feel better because
That's
it's a long
good.
weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, same.
It's going to be fun, I think. It's good. Weather's going to be perfect here. Hopefully, you guys are going to have perfect weather where you're at.
I
It's
know.
looking good.
I check like weather is gonna be rain every single day.
Oh, no.
Oh.
In Florida, really?
Yes, in Boca.
Mm.
Well, don't they, isn't it when it rains in Florida, doesn't it like rain hard for 10 minutes, then stops for the rest of the day?
I mean, it says like whole day, but we will see it.
Yeah.
I hope it's not gonna be whole day, but yeah.
No. Got it. Well, hopefully it's not as bad as it sounds. XY, it looks like you're
Yep.
still in a position, man. What's your strategy here?
Yeah, it was looking good, and then they came all the way back. My platform's kind of choppy right now. I'm not too sure what's going on, but I'm holding for a new low. Someone in chat told me I'm getting it wrong right now. I hope he's wrong. Absolutely wrong read on order flow with the short XYZ.
Well, is there any way that
We
you
will
could
see.
both be right?
We will see. Well, it's looking like
Chat trying to fade you, so we should go lower then.
There are days where chat can make a gazillion dollars fading me. There are days.
Yeah.
Maybe today's not the day.
I don't know. right, we'll see what
Well,
happens.
respectfully, I hope you're wrong because that would mean I make some money. So
Wow. Yeah, well, it is looking kind of heavy though. I'm on your side on this one, Jay.
well, we're
It's
about to
looking.
hop off stream, so I'm waiting for it. Just it doesn't have to be a new low, maybe a little wash, and I'll just take the money and call it another long weekend.
I got it.
It's weird being gone for a whole week without the markets, coming back, trading one day, and then another long weekend.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is a regular close today, everybody. Tomorrow's a holiday here in the US. Institutions are going to be closed. Yeah, the Globex is open regular hours tonight. It'll go all night, and there's an early close on most of the markets, I think, 12 or 1 o'clock East Coast time. I'll double check for this afternoon. But Friday mornings before 4th of July, usually not a good trading session. So just remember that. All the institutions are out.
Maybe Globex tonight will avenge this down move and rip it all the way up just in time for America's birthday, you know?
Well, that could happen. That could happen. We've seen stranger things. Lumi, you're flat, right?
Yeah. I traded 3 times today. Enough for me.
Not for you. I got you.
Yeah.
And then Christian, what are you looking at, man?
Done as well. I'm calling it a week.
Jim, I think we're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm good. I'm flat. That's enough money.
All right. Nice job. Awesome job, all
Thanks.
three of you. Let's give these guys a round of applause for a job well done, please. And by the way, we're starting at 2 o'clock. I know we went late today. We went to 1 o'clock. We're starting at 2 o'clock again with Tracy's afternoon update. And then this afternoon, we have Jack, Joey, and Stowe trading the close. So we're going to finish strong today. We're not going to call it an early day. We're going to go all the way to the end. It should be a very interesting day. Also, I want to remind everybody that the Sunday show is on. It's a thumbs up. So even though it's 4th of July weekend, Sunday night, we're going to be here as well. So hopefully we'll see you there as well. You guys have a great 4th of July, all three of you. Appreciated all your hard work this week and looking forward to talking to you guys next week.
Thank you. You too.
All right, Jim.
Good
You have a
job.
good weekend. All right. Take care, everybody.
All right. Thank you, man. All right, let's go to Edge Report. We'll wrap up the stream and get a quick launch in. What I did was I added that we talked about the volume today. You know, what's the volume going to be like, right? Is it going to be boom on the open and then everything goes to zero? It didn't turn out that way, not yet anyway. At the bottom here, my second panel, I added just simple volume bars. That's all, nothing fancy. But you can see we have quite a bit of volume here. I mean, this last 30-minute bars, 76,000 contracts or 78,000 contracts on the current bar right now. So, and this is typical higher volume on a down day than on an up day. And that's based on my experience as a commodity broker for 20 plus years, watching this every day, talking to traders around the world. For some reason, we have more participation on down days. And that's what we're seeing here as well. So this day is not over. There's way more volume here than I thought. I mean, the E-mini S&P right now is trying to make new lows as we speak. Let's take a look at some levels really quickly here. We're right against S1 right now. We're just kind of tapping it. I got the E-mini up, yeah. Right. Double check that. Right against S1, we're tapping it right now. And we have that Mentor Q level also that's kind of on the radar screen here. That's that one-day min. And that's at 74 or 78 and 3/4. Now, when it can go lower, right? It's called a one-day min because that's the expected range. There's a one-day max and a one-day min, and this is based on a calculation that Mentor Q does, and they come up with what they expect the range to be. So sometimes these are good targets, especially on trend days. And right now, it looks like we have a trend day down, at least for now. S2 is right below that at 74.66 is another a high profile target on the downside. A lot of folks use these daily pivots and have been for many years. So it's important that I have it on the chart. And then below that, we got a lot of empty space until we get to 7,400 put support, which, well, that would be bad if that happens. That's another 100 points down. So we'll see. Right now, there's no there's no shadow at the bottom of this 30-minute candle, right? So we're just hitting the bottom, making new lows, kind of below that 7,500 level as well. So a little bit worrisome there. I do want to check the Bitcoin though, because the Bitcoin's a little bit of a different story today. It's technically up 2.77%. Above 61,000 today, which is pretty good. And so let's just kind of take a look where we're at intraday on the Bitcoin here. This white line is that session VWAP. I have standard deviation band 1 +1 -1 around it, standard deviation band +2 -2 around that. And right now we're trading between the VWAP and the upper first standard deviation band right now. That's where all the action's been the last hour. Actually, I'm going to say that's where most of the action's been since about 11 o'clock today. So at 10:30, 11 candle, right by that 1-day max. And then that JAX1 is also right kind of in the way, right next to that point of control right now, 61,500. The key will be the VWAP. Let's see if that volume weighted average price holds or not. Right now, we kind of bounced off it to the upper part of that range. So we'll see if we kind of toggle in that range or we continue to make new highs. If we do make new highs, again, R2 kind of defines the top of the conversation right now. We're just a tad a bit above the U.S. initial balance high. That's 62,480, and above that, there's a lot of empty space here on the Bitcoin. Remember, it's been in a bad way for a while. If we do break through that VWAP again on the downside, then I'd be looking at that JAX2 level, along with maybe some action in this London IB, which is very tight, by the way, 60,485 down to 60,255. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on those VWAP bands right now going forward with the micro Bitcoin. Appreciate everybody being here with us today. We had a great session all day long. We had some great contributors and traders today. Thank you for the subscriptions. Super important to me. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the enthusiasm. And most importantly, thanks for being cool and kind of helping each other out. This is what makes this community great. So having said all that, we're going to take a quick break. We're coming back, don't forget, in less than an hour at this point. So hopefully we'll see you this afternoon session. Enjoy your lunch and get some relaxation in. See you soon.